At this time, can sergeants please start your recordings?
According to the computer, rolling.
Cloud is up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council Fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing of the Committee on Youth Services. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Stevens, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. I am Councilmember Althea Stevens and Chair of the Committee on Youth Services, and I'm pleased to be joined by my fellow colleagues, Council Members Kevin Riley and Councilmember Chio Sang. We are here today with Alan Chung, Deputy Commissioner for Administration, and Susan Haskins, Deputy Commissioner for Youth Services, along with agency's team of Program Pacific deputies and associate commissioners. Thank you all for joining us. DYCD's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $862.5 million. This includes $42 million in personnel services to support a headcount of 501 positions and $820 million for other than personnel. This reflects a reduction of $150 million compared to DYCD's fiscal 2022 adopted budget of approximately $1 billion. Changes are primarily attributed to $134 million in council discretionary funds not included in fiscal 2023 budget and changes introduced to DYCD's budget in previous fiscal plans. Recognizing the critical importance of SYEP programs and the gap in supply and demand for jobs, the council has been a staunch advocate for the program. The council worked with the administrations to reconstruct the program through the Youth Employment Task Force and implemented an array of programmatic and systematic changes that improve services for both young people and for both younger youth and older youth. Through the years, the council supplemented the SYEP budget to add additional jobs, all while urging the administration to permanently expand the availability of jobs to ensure that as many New York City young people as possible have the opportunity to develop professional skills and networks. The preliminary budget includes a historical investment of $79.4 million to expand SYEP from 75,000 to 100,000 jobs. Mayor's Adams' commitment to secure funding for the program puts an end to an annual budget dance for this program with this unprecedented expansion of paid summer jobs to invest in New York City's future, our youth. Beyond the public safety implementations, we know that summer jobs can offer life-changing experience for participants to discover a passion, connect with the mentors, gain the confidence that comes with successfully navigating the world of work. Producing accessible employment for young people around New York City is essential to the sustainability of futures for our city. SYEP is not only about accessible employment, but we will also be giving young people the platform to develop professional while acquiring vast knowledge that will ensure their future. The demand for jobs outpaces supply, and that remains much to do with the order that every young person that desires a job can get one. I applaud the administration for making this commitment. Although there's no additional funding added to the budget yet, I'm also excited to learn that the mayor plans to expand the Summer Rising program for 2022 includes 100,010 slots. This expansion is vital for the program to provide unique hands-on experience for our young people as it creates new opportunity for its growth. In those collaborative spaces, young people can get the chance to connect and build professional relationships. Most importantly, they have the platform to discover their passions and effectively guide themselves to their future endeavors. NYCC has been tasked with managing the preparation of the city's next generation of leaders to fulfill their potential. Programs like Comprehensive After-School Systems, COMPASS, and SYEP, Summer Youth Employment Programs, are intended to help young people rise to the next level. Historically, the budget process for this committee has always been contentious. It is a welcome relief to see that one of the core programs is fully funded. In light of the increase for SYEP and Summer Rising, I would like to highlight a basic but often ignored point. The providers making these programs possible and ensuring our city's youth have opportunity for safe and engaging programs in the summers are the same ones running our cornerstones and our campus programs and many more programs. They are stretched thin and underpaid. So when we discuss how to support providers as they accommodate additional SYEP slots, we should really be talking about how we will work to support them more for all the work they have been doing already. The committee looks forward to working with the administration to secure additional funding for other programs in NYCC. For the committee, we want to ensure that those programs are serving as many young people as possible, and to do that, they must have significant resources. I look forward to a productive conversation. But before I begin, I would like to thank Kate Connolly, my chief of staff, and always the A-team, Michelle Ponagon, senior financial advisor, analyst to the committee, Isha Wright, deputy director, Amy Briggs, counsel to the committee, Anastasia Zamna, political analyst to the committee. Deputy Commissioner Alan Chung and Susan Haskell, our committee will now swear you in.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. I am Amy Briggs, and I am counsel to the New York City's Committee on Youth Services. Panelists, as a reminder, you will be on mute until it is time for you to testify, at which time your name will be called and you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. Council member questions will be limited to 5 minutes, and council members, please note that this includes both your questions and the witnesses' answers. Please also note that we will allow for a second round of questions at today's hearings, and they will be limited to 2 minutes, again, including both your question and the witnesses' answers. For public testimony, I will call up individuals in panels. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raised hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on after everyone on that panel has completed their testimony. I will now call on the following members of the administration to testify. DYCD Deputy Commissioner for Alan Chang, Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner Valerie Mulligan, Associate Commissioner Darryl Rattray, and Associate Commissioner Navita Bailey. I will deliver the oath to you, and after reading the oath, I will call upon you to respond to the oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang.
I
Deputy
do.
Commissioner Chang, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Mulligan.
I do.
Thank you. Associate Commissioner Rattray.
I do.
Thank you. And Associate Commissioner Bailey.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Chang, you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Services Committee. My name is Alan Chang, Deputy Commissioner for Administration, I'm joined by Deputy Commissioners Susan Haskell and Valerie Mulligan, Associate Commissioner Darrell Rattray, and Assistant Commissioner Navita Bailey. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget. The budget stands at $862.9 million, which is the highest amount of funding in the preliminary budget in DYCD's history. $624.6 million, or 72.4%, is city tax levy. $92.3 million, or 10.7%, is federal. $5.3 million, or less than 1%, is state funding, and $140 million, or 16.3%, is intra-agency funds. We are fortunate that despite the city's fiscal challenges, Mayor Adams' first budget makes historical investments to support young people and creates new summer opportunities for youth from kindergarten to age 24. The budget bolsters DYCD's mission to invest in a network of community-based organizations and programs to alleviate the effects of poverty and to provide opportunities for New Yorkers and communities to flourish. It is also great news for hundreds of nonprofit community-based organizations funded by DYCD to operate a continuum of services that includes after-school, community centers, and youth workforce development programs, drop-in centers and residential programs for runaway and homeless youth, and fatherhood, immigration, literacy, and anti-poverty programs. As we discussed at the March 4th hearing, Mayor Adams and Council Speaker Adams announced 100,000 summer opportunities for young people ages 14 through 24. The mayor added an additional $79 million for a total baseline investment of $236 million, a record investment in the summer youth employment program. 90,000 of these jobs and work-based learning experiences will be available through SYEP, making it the largest number of opportunities in the program's 60-year history. This is also the earliest commitment the city has made to SYEP in recent memory, and I want to thank the council for its unceasing support of this program. This past Friday, Mayor Adams also announced the launch of the largest New York City summer program ever, Summer Rising. Thank you, Chair Stevens, for joining the mayor at this historic announcement. Summer Rising will connect 110,000 elementary and middle school students to fun, culturally relevant, hands-on experiences to strengthen their academic, social, and emotional skills. The program builds on our previous summer programs and reflects what we have heard from families, providers, and other stakeholders. This includes adding enrichment services on Fridays for middle school students from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. to ensure 5 days a week of summer programming. Earlier enrollment so families, schools, and providers can better plan for their summers. Families will also have access to supportive resources and referrals to enrichment opportunities. Combined, Summer Rising and the Summer Youth Employment Program will serve over 200,000 young people this summer with record investment of close to $400 million in the future of young New Yorkers. The fiscal year 23 budget also maintains key programs, including $326.9 million to support approximately 900 campus programs servicing over 120,000 youth, $63 million, which supports 92 beacon programs serving 110,400 participants, $63.9 million to support 99 cornerstone centers serving 20,000 participants, and $47.8 million to support 813 beds for runaway and homeless youth. We are also pleased that the budget includes baseline funding of $9.7 million to support the council's signature Work, Learn, and Grow Youth Employment Program during the school year. As you are aware, most city agencies were asked to identify savings in the current and out years. DYCD's preliminary budget achieves $21.8 million in FY22 and $16.8 million in FY23 and out year savings. These savings were identified in unallocated campus slots and the elimination of an adult literacy program enhancement that was added in the prior administration's final fiscal plan. These savings do not result in cuts to existing services. The budget also includes $33.5 million from federal community services block grant funding. The current neighborhood development area contracts are scheduled to expire at the end of the fiscal year. And a new set of contracts will begin on July 1st, 2022. We anticipate that these awards will be announced in the spring. Program areas funded through this RFP will include adult literacy, high school youth educational support, healthy family support services, economic development, safety awareness and crime prevention, immigrant services, and senior services. CSBG also funds fatherhood and adult literacy programs through separate contracts. Preparations will also begin in the spring for the 2022 Community Needs Assessment. This assessment is conducted every 3 years to hear directly from New Yorkers in neighborhoods most in need and to document their views on what is needed to improve their well-being and the well-being of their communities. We welcome the Council's continued support to assess the needs of our community members. Thank you again for the opportunity to highlight the preliminary budget. We are pleased to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now turn it over to Chair Stevens for questions for the administration.
Hello, good morning. So for the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget includes a baseline new needs for DYCD support for the expansion of SYEP. It does not include funding to support any of DYCD's other core programs. Historically, this committee has been where the agency does not include funding in the preliminary budget to support its core programs for young adults, youth and adults. SYEP is funded, however, that comes off the heels of the mayor's blueprint for public safety, which aims to reduce gun violence. What new needs, if any, did DYCD request to the Office of Management and Budgets?
In this preliminary plan, aside from the ones that we did receive funding for, we did not have any other new needs that we put in for, but we are still in ongoing discussions with OMB as we move into the exec and other plans.
For providers who are not performing well and meeting the terms of their contracts, what are the requirements and process for terminating those contracts and reassigning the contracts to other providers?
We take this issue very seriously. Termination is the last resort that the agency seeks to take. And prior to that, I just want to highlight that we do a lot of program management. We provide capacity building support to make sure that our providers are equipped to successfully run the programs. However, if we do come to a decision where the current provider is not a good fit, we have to abide by city's procurement rules to make sure that there is fairness and transparency in how we identify a replacement provider. We keep two things in mind when we do identify a replacement provider. We want to make sure that that new provider is competent in delivering those services. And we also want to make sure that it can deliver the services to the same community that the prior provider was serving. So that is essentially what we try to do in the high level.
In the last couple of years, how many providers' contracts have been terminated and switched over?
I do not know off the top of my head, but we can definitely follow up and provide that number.
Yes, I would love to get that number when you guys afterwards in the written testimony. Providers have expressed concerns regarding the price point participant reimbursement rate for DYCD contracts. We understand that for summarizing, there's opportunity for a price point participant reimbursement rate increase. Is DYCD exploring an increase in the price participant rate for beacons and cornerstones and other program contracts?
We always factor that in when we're preparing to introduce new RFP for the programs. Over the years, as you may know, the city did engage in a couple of initiatives to shore up some of those some of the price participant rates, including increasing COLA, as well as indirect costs rates to our providers. But for the programs that you mentioned, we are definitely going to work closely with OMB as we prepare a new RFP for those portfolios.
But could you give more detail? Because that sounded very vague around what are you actually doing and what does that look like? And, you know, we've been talking about an RFP that has not come out for a while. So what are we doing currently when we know that this is a huge concern for a lot of our providers?
I could share, again, what we typically do is that we do engage all the stakeholders. We look at basically comparing what the reimbursement rates look like that, and for comparable programs and other agencies. And again, we work closely with OMB on that. But when we engage stakeholders, we hear from providers as well as advocates as to what is fair, and we're happy to continue doing that work with those stakeholders, including council. But we take feedback and we want to know what is a fair rate, and we bring that back to OMB.
Well, that's very interesting because I know stakeholders are often giving a price per rate and that is never met. So when you say you engage them, what does that look like? Are we just having conversations? How's that implemented and how's that considered?
I can share a little bit about that. We have meetings with them. We definitely take, you know, we understand that they have their desired rates, and we obviously have to look at whether or not that makes sense. And again, we bring that back to OMB, and then we look at what the impact would be, how that you know, may affect other areas of comparable programming. But yeah, that's essentially the exercise that we go through before every RFP.
Chair Stevens, just adding to that, one example of the work that we do, the Beacon RFP of 2016, prior to 2016, the Beacon contract rate was on average $346,000 a year to operate a full Beacon program. And prior to 2016 and the RFP releasing, we had a concept paper that went out. We had a series of meetings with providers and stakeholders about that concept paper, about the value that should go into that Beacon RFP. And eventually we settled on a Beacon RFP with contracts that are now on average $602,000 per Beacon program site. So taking in the feedback that we were getting over the years and incorporating that into the price per, well, and for the Beacons into the actual contract value.
I mean, and the other problem we're having is, right, when's the last time RFP's been out? So how are those things being adjusted accordingly? So it's inflation and things are still happening. So yes, in 2016 that took place, but we're currently right now in 2020. So that's a huge issue. Could you guys also please provide the committee with the price point for participant for summarizing?
I will ask Assistant Commissioner Bailey to address the specifics of that PPP.
Sure. Good morning, Chair Stevens. DYSD values our nonprofit partners, and for the summarizing initiative, we've increased our price per participant. So for middle school providers this upcoming summer, the price per participant will be $1,320, and for elementary programs, it is $1,414.
So are you guys exploring the price participant rate for the summer programs in the cornerstones and community centers as well, or is this just for summarizing?
The price per participants that I mentioned are primarily for the summarizing initiative.
So then what happens to the programs that are not under summarizing? They have to stay under the old price participant?
Yes, because there are no changes to their program model. They're not participating in the summarizing initiative. And so the price per participant would not be applicable to those program areas.
But that's going to create disparities within agencies around contracts and services. So there's going to be a gap in programs that's provided by the same providers and the same families and the same communities. Could you guys give me clarity around how that's supposed to work and what that's supposed to look like?
Sure. So DYSD procures a number of contracts with our CBO provider, with our network. And so within each type of service is a different type of PPP. And so for summarizing, that is not the same service model as Cornerstone. And so the price per participant would be different. And so if there are changes to the Cornerstone model that requires additional services, DYSD will work with OMB to ensure that the additional costs will be covered.
This is interesting. And when you're thinking about community centers, they're already underfunded and they're in community centers that are dilapidated. And the fact that they're going to be being paid less because it's not a newer model, that's concerning for me.
We understand your concern, and if there are additional costs that come into the Cornerstone model, we will work with OMB to ensure that those expenses are covered.
So why hasn't DYCD put this to the front? Why is this not something that you guys are fighting for with OMB?
I think for every RFP or any initiative, DYCD continuously discusses with OMB the costs associated with it. We advocate weekly, sometimes daily with OMB with any cost for any program and anything that we can consider a risk or unfunded mandate to our CBOs.
I just think it just becomes very concerning for me that, we're going to be increasing for one program that's providing services to the same young people, the same families in underserved communities. And these are going to be the same providers again, and it's going to be disparities amongst the programs. And it's concerning to me. It's something that's going to be harming for me. So I have another question. Has the DYCD discussed with the Mayor Adams regarding expansion beyond 100,000 slots for SYEP?
So sure, I will.
Go ahead.
DYCD is in ongoing conversations with the mayor and OMB regarding any additional costs for the summer program this year. We have been in collaborative conversations with all of our stakeholders about what we'll be serving this year and ensuring that the funds are available.
Please provide the committee with the total fiscal 2023 budget for SYEP, including all sources for funding and breaking out stipend versus wages for summer 2022 for younger youth and older youth participants, including the projections for the total number of younger youth and older youth to be served.
So I can provide the total budget, but for program-specific information, I am going to defer to our Deputy Commissioner, Valerie Mulligan. And so the SYEP budget for this upcoming year is $209 million. And that is inclusive of the additional funding that OMB provided. I'm going to defer to Valerie, Deputy Commissioner Valerie, for any additional questions.
Thank you. So approximately 30% of our slots, Chair Stevens, will be for younger youth in the stipended model, and 70% will be for older youth in our traditional model.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wanted to acknowledge that Council Member Shahana Shanif has joined us as well, who will be having some questions about the adult literacy. So my next question is, applications for New York City SYEP Career Ready and Special Initiative tabs opened on February 14th, and the general community-based application period are all period for all youth open on March 1st. To date, how many applications has DYCD received for SYEP?
I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Mulligan to answer that. She has the stats in front of her.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second. So as of this morning, we have over 50,000 applications to the Summer Youth Employment Program across all of our models.
Thank you. What conversations have DYCD had with the administration regarding the expansion of SYEP and the alignment of the mayor's blueprint for public safety?
Yeah, this is Summer Youth Employment Program is one of the keystones of the plan, and we are pleased that not only the expansion but the timeliness of it. Also, as part of the blueprint for gun safety, we do this agency does have a seat at the table with that task force, and our Associate Commissioner Darryl Rattray is our liaison to that task force.
Given this expansion and providers' position to support this expansion to provide job sites for participants, particularly as businesses are still recovering or even shattered, and what is DYCD doing to support its providers for work sites?
I'm also going to defer that question to Deputy Commissioner Mulligan, who can provide some details on what we're doing on that front. If you can unmute, yeah, thank you.
Got it. Thank you. So the city is really taking an all hands on deck approach to supporting employer engagement in preparation for this summer. We know this is one of the biggest challenges that we as a whole city are going to have to accomplish the ambitious goal that the mayor's laid out for us. So in really close collaboration with all of our partners in city government, with the full backing of City Hall, the Mayor's Office of Youth Employment, with the Department of Education, and other city agencies who are involved in this space, we've launched a really comprehensive employer engagement initiative where we're going through all sectors, corporate, nonprofit. We're engaging our city agencies to really step up their commitment to doing government placements. We're working with big retailers. And so we are really hoping that this sort of centralized, coordinated approach, in addition to the work that the providers do on the ground to recruit small businesses in their communities, will help us reach the goal of 100,000.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Chang, can you elaborate a little bit more about the Mayor's Blueprint conversations that you guys have been having?
Sure, I'm actually gonna ask Associate Commissioner Rattray, who's the member of the task force representing the agency, to expound on that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens. So the Blueprint to End Gun Violence is a collaboration. There's probably over 30 agencies that have submitted plans of action. We're looking at ways where we can collaborate, interagency collaborations across the citywide effort, of course. DYCD itself will be launching a campaign in the next few weeks. I'm trying to finalize a couple of areas on that, but it's a campaign that's going to engage our young people, our young adults who are in communities, and our nonprofits. One important example of the work that we're doing right now that's a collaboration is actually my backdrop, Saturday Night Lights. So we have 106 programs actually throughout the city, 100 funded by DYCD, and then 6 that are funded by the Parks Department, that are operating every Saturday night from 5 to 9 p.m., providing a safe space for young people with high quality services, but also that mentoring environment where they can connect with staff, connect with other community stakeholders, connect with NYPD. It's a collaboration with the Parks Department, with the NYPD, with the 5 days offices across the city, and it's been pretty successful. I would love to invite the entire council out, perhaps March 26th, to one of the SNL sites, but we'll get information out to you.
Yes, I'm excited about that, and we will be having a hearing on Cornerstone's the Saturday Night Light program. But since you brought up Saturday Night Lights, one of the questions I have, and we'll explore a little bit more later on, I'm hearing that some of the providers did not open their sites because they're saying they had lack of staff. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So we started the expansion back in July, so last July, and yeah, there was some delays with a few sites that were ramping up with their staff, closing out summer, having to ramp up. I would say by September, October, we had all the sites up and running.
So currently,
at this point, every site is
all 100.
Actually over 100 because we have Parks Department as well.
Okay.
106. And if there's a site out there that you know of that's not running, please let us know. Have them contacted if they're having a problem. But every site should be up and running.
I definitely will. You know I will, because I believe in these programs and I think that they're very useful and needed, and we need to have more of them. But if providers are not providing the services, then we need to find providers that will, because it's a disservice to the community.
Absolutely.
What is type of contingency plans, if any, does DYCD have in place if existing providers are unable to provide services for all 90,000 participants?
I mean, that's regarding SYP and
yes, that's SYP.
Okay, and I will ask Deputy Commissioner Mulligan to respond to that.
Sure. So first, the goal of 90,000 was developed with the providers in close collaboration with them, asking them what their capacity was. So we're really confident that they are going to meet that goal, as they always do. That said, we definitely acknowledge that there are challenges and things we all have to work on together in order to achieve that goal. So we have a lot of innovative ideas that we, piloted last year, for example, offering professional and technical development through the model. Providers, were really happy with that as a component of the older youth model. And other, things like that help ease the burden, but still the goal is to reach 90,000 jobs, 90,000 young people, and I think we're going to get there.
So I love the enthusiasm and like, yes, we're going to get there, but that was not the question. Is there a plan? Because as we know, a lot of times people meet the requirement, but not meeting it. So do we have a plan in place if they do not?
So last year we launched a new model as part of the older youth portfolio. We called it Professional and Technical Development, PTD, and SYEP speak. And what this did was allow our providers to offer, instead of just, the job opportunities, they wrapped that around with learning opportunities through a partnership with Skillshare, so that the burden on recruiting employers was less. So we plan to, do that model again and have that in our back pocket if we have to adjust the hours and the breakout of that model in order to help providers meet the goal. So yes, we do have a plan in place if we don't meet 90,000.
I just think that it's important that we have things in place so that, like, if it doesn't happen, we're not scrambling. So those things are just very important to me, that we're looking at all angles and ready to adjust and shift if need be.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. And I just want to say that I think over the last few years, the last several years with the pandemic, it's actually allowed us to come up with a lot of really interesting innovations in the Summer Youth Employment Program, remote jobs, remote educational opportunities and all of that. So I think we're really well positioned with a lot of different ideas and how to help us get to that goal if it's not all traditional jobs.
Thank you. Are there still only 82 providers managing all of the SYP slots?
I don't quote me on the exact number, but yes, it's somewhere in the realm of between 70 and 80.
So we only have between 70 and 80 providers, and we just expanded. We don't think that we should be looking at adding additional providers so that we can adequately expand and not stretching those 70 to 80 providers too thin. Like, why was that not considered?
So, we're currently in the middle of a contract, right? So we follow all the city's procurement rules. We launched our RFP in 2019 and are renewing those contracts as part of DYCD's standard contracting practice. So that makes it very challenging to add new providers quickly, but definitely something that we are very much looking to do as we move towards the next RFP, because we know that as we expand, we need to bring new providers into the fold.
Yeah, I think that's very concerning that we have such little providers providing these services, and that, and I'm stressing again that they have other things that's going on this summer, right? These are the same providers who are going to be providing summer camp. They usually also providing services for our senior centers, and then we're adding additional slots to them. We're stretching our people thin. And so we have to start looking at how we're making sure we're supporting them and that they're able to actually implement these programs with quality. Like, we have to start getting to a place where we're looking at quality over quantity. And for me, that is very concerning that we're not looking at that. We have not expanded this, but we're keep putting more on these providers because we're also expanding summer rising. So this is going to be a lot for these providers with that's such a small pool of people. The current SYP contracts are scheduled to expire in 2025. Is DYCD opening a program, new contractors? Oh no, we just kind of went over that. Sorry about that. How is DYCD working with city agencies to secure work sites for remaining 10,000 slots? Is there a strategy to collaborate with small businesses and major corporations to expand the pool of work sites?
So I hear two different questions in there, and tell me if I misunderstood the question. So the first piece is, how are we working with our city agency partners on the 10,000 additional slots on top of the 90,000 SYP slots to get to the goal of 100,000? So the Mayor's Office of Youth Employment is leading the effort on those additional 10,000 slots, and they're really well positioned underneath City Hall to be the coordinator of that. But we work in really, daily, sometimes several times a day meetings with them, with DOE, with all of our agency partners to make sure we're coordinated on those efforts. So even though we're not the lead on those 10,000, we're absolutely at the table as those plans are being developed to make sure we're not competing with each other and that we're coordinated. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. The next question is the number of DYCD sites have increased by 151% from 578 in fiscal 2010 to 14,525 in fiscal 2021. What does the work site landscape look like for this year for SYEP?
So that you're asking how we're working on employer engagement for SYEP, correct?
Yeah, and what's the landscape like? Where are the jobs looking like they're going to be this summer?
So we're still working on that. It's important to us to have a really healthy mix of jobs across all sectors, because that's how we ensure that we have a really good variety of opportunities that match young people's interests. And with the expansion, I don't know what the mix is going to look like just yet, but we're working on all sectors. So absolutely engaging with every single city agency and saying, give us great opportunities for your young people at your agency, teach them what it's like to work in government. Engaging with elected officials like you, thank you very much, to help bring new types of work sites into the field. We're working with corporations, the Business Leadership Council, with retailers, with nonprofits. We're also doing a really coordinated effort in collaboration with the youth services team who's on this call to make sure that there's good opportunities for young people to work in the summer rising sites, giving SYEP participants good opportunities and also helping summer rising with their staffing needs. So, I mean, again, it's a real all hands on deck sort of approach, and we'll see how the mix sorts itself out at the end of the summer.
Yes, and I am definitely calling on all my council members to take SYEP interns this summer. We are working very hard to push, and everyone seems excited and eager to take in a few interns this summer and give them a very enriching opportunity. So they're very excited about that. My next question is, while the number of work sites have increased in number in the public work sites are down. In 2019, there were 2,125 public work sites compared to 1,858 in the summer of 2021. What is DYCD doing to increase the number of public sites?
Sure, it's a great question. I think for the whole city, all of our city agencies the last few years were extremely challenging with the pandemic, and we were all absolutely stretched. But this year we are re-engaging every single city agency with the full support of the deputy mayor's team, and asking every agency to recommit to hosting summer youth employment participants. So we expect that public number will really increase this year, especially as we're all back in the office and have a new sort of commitment from City Hall to really push this out to our agency partners.
How many jobs have city agencies committed to for this summer?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I'm happy to update you as we do a recruitment of city agencies.
Yes, that would be great. And so you can send that out with your written testimony as well. And, I think it's going to be important that we get city agencies to commit publicly that they will host these SYEPs interns. I would like to now just acknowledge Councilmember Natasha Williams has joined us. And I am actually going to open the floor up to Councilmember Hanif, as she's going to be asking some questions about adult literacy.
Thank you, Chair. I will now call on Councilmember Hanif to ask her questions.
Thank you so much, Chair Stevens, and good morning, everybody. Councilmember Shahana Hanif here. I have a couple of questions, and I'll start off with the adult literacy education funding, which is critical to support high quality community-based adult literacy instruction and contribute to the social and civic life of those in need. However, the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget, DYCD's adult literacy programs decreased by nearly $18 million. How does this reduction impact the number of seats, and does it affect the quality of the classroom? Is my first question.
I want to clarify that number. I do not believe 18 million is the number Assistant Commissioner Bailey, can you verify that? For adult literacy, the reduction?
The reduction for adult literacy program for fiscal year 23 was $1.6 million. That's a point of clarification.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. So I just want to make sure. Wasn't
We'll
typing.
double check that, but we did see that it was a substantial amount, and 1.6 million does not seem like the number that I read, nor our immigration task force. So I'm happy to double check. But given that we have some differences in numbers, and still there's a decrease, could you speak to how that decrease might affect the number of seats? And does it affect the quality of the classroom?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for that question and your support of the adult literacy programs. So just to start off, that reduction of $1.67 million did not result in any decrease in the number of seats. That funding was used to support a pilot enhancement to the program, to the existing program, which we are still committed to the end of the fiscal year. And we are going to evaluate to see if it was an effective pilot before moving on to make further decisions on it.
Understood. Okay. And then how do you track enrollment to programs?
We have a very robust system that all of our providers for virtually all of our programs are going in to not only do the enrollment, the intake enrollment, but also to track participation.
In what way?
They are tracking it through attendance. There's also the ability to put in some case management type data to see progress and things like that.
And is this data compiled into a report annually? Is there a mechanism which you share out more transparently?
We do feed a lot of that information to the citywide mayor's management reports, but there are also specific reports and studies that are done on each of these programs. Most of which are public.
Got it. And I'll be following up about much of the public information that's been shared out. And then moving into summer youth employment program, how will you ensure that undocumented youth are part of SYEP?
That is a very good question, and I'm going to send that to the program person, Deputy Commissioner Mulligan.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to jump in with a quick question because if the program hasn't been evaluated, how do we know that the cutting won't enhance the services if it hasn't been evaluated yet? And I'm talking about the adult literacy program.
You're absolutely right about that. The funding was committed in the last administration's last plan. It was baselined, and since we did not finish the pilot, it was something that, in our conversations with OMB, we were putting up, and and after we get the results of the evaluation, we would have continue ongoing discussions about whether or not it's something that we want to restore.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shahana. I just wanted to make sure that was.
Appreciate that.
So I can address your question about undocumented young people in summer youth employment. So you're right. It's really important to us, and it's something we have not cracked yet in terms of how we can incorporate them into our 90,000 contracted SYEP slots. However, we are, as part of those additional 10,000 slots, we're working with our other partners to see if there are opportunities there to pilot ways to reach undocumented young people through those 10,000 slots, and then take lessons learned as we go forward to try to do something larger in years in the future. But it's a great question.
That gives me a lot of hope. And could you share who the partners are?
So we're working with, again, this is all being led by the Mayor's Office of Youth Employment. So we definitely encourage you to chat with them.
I'm okay with extending your time, Shahana, so that you can get your questions in.
So I encourage you to talk to them as they're the lead on this, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I understand that they're working with the DOE, CUNY, DOP, MOCJ, ACS to see what programs they have that we can leverage for this population.
And is there additional funding allocated towards the inclusion of undocumented youth?
It's it will be part of the larger 100,000 announcement, the 10,000 on, so DYCD will be doing 90,000 of those slots through our community-based portfolio, and then 10,000 on top of that will be through those other city agencies that I just mentioned, and those slots, some of them we're trying to see how we can pilot opportunities for undocumented.
That's great. And I'd love to be a proactive partner in this work. I'll be following how undocumented youth are able to participate and work with, of course, Chair Stevens and the Committee on Immigration to ensure that undocumented youth are able to take in what all other young people are allowed to in the city. And then going back to adult literacy, the Adult Literacy Initiative, in partnership with the administration, the council continues its joint investment of $12 million for the Adult Literacy Initiative across the city for fiscal 2022. Can you please update us with numbers of participants served in fiscal 21, 22, and projections for fiscal year 23?
Yeah, I think we probably can give you, and I'm looking to Assistant Commissioner Bailey, give you the current year's projection of enrollment. But for the other years, we can get back to you with that specific data.
Good morning, Councilmember Haniff. I will say that for the adult literacy program, the budget for this current fiscal year is 20 million, and we are anticipating to serve 16,000 participants.
16,000.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then given that there's a need to expand slots and increase the quality of the classroom, how has the conversation been with the administration in expanding adult literacy initiatives?
Well, currently the adult literacy program is being reviewed. We are in ongoing conversations with stakeholders as well as the literacy program area and OMB and City Hall on the best approach to expand this area that includes the price per participant and aspects of the model.
Got it. Thank you. That is my final question. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your questions. As a reminder, I will be calling on council members in the order in which they have used the Zoom raise hand function. So council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including time for the witness's response. And the Sergeant at Arms will be keeping a timer to let you know when your time is up. We will now hear questions from Councilmember Osei.
Now. Hi, good morning, and thank you, Chair Stevens, for hosting this important hearing. In fiscal year 2022, there were over 150,000 SYEP applications, but only nearly 75,000 people were enrolled in the program. As we recover from the pandemic, more youth will rely on programs like SYEP for employment and something to be engaged in during the summer. What are some active steps, especially within the budget, that DYCD will take to close or lessen the gap between the number of SYEP applications received and the number of SYEP jobs available?
Sure. Start off high level. I think the announcement, the expansion to 100,000 is going to go a long way to meeting that gap, as you portrayed, as well as the timing, allowing families and students, young people to plan sooner. I'll now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Mulligan for some other things that we're doing to make sure that we are able to provide every young person who is looking for a job an opportunity to get one through SYEP.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. I think, just to reiterate, this investment gets us a huge step closer to meeting the needs of all the young people who apply to SYEP. Although we always have 150,000 applications, it often takes us many offers to fully enroll the program. So we think that a true universal program is somewhere close to where we are, but it's all about system building, right? So this year gets us a really huge step closer. We're working with our providers to build their capacity. Like I mentioned before, we're looking to add other folks as we go, into the future at new RFPs to continue to grow the capacity. But we really think this gets us a huge step towards that true universal program that we're all striving for.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. Well, I have quite a few more questions, but I always like to break it up with some of our with our colleagues. But just really quickly, in our last hearing, and especially in the testimony from our providers after the USCD had left after our last hearing, from our providers, there was a lot of questions around programs that has students with special needs and how those programs are not really being met. Can we really talk about what SYEP is doing to make sure that we have program supports for students with special needs and in our summer program, especially around Summer Rising and in the cornerstones? Please, thank you.
Sure, I'll also turn that over to our program deputy commissioners respectively.
Yeah, I can start just speaking to SYEP. So an exciting thing that we're doing as part of our expansion is expanding our number of slots that are specifically targeted to youth with disabilities in partnership with the DOE. So there will be more opportunities available to young people in that portfolio, which is really exciting to us. And we're also expanding our emerging leaders portfolio, which I'm sure there's a lot of overlap between young people with disabilities, the folks in our emerging leaders portfolio, and all of the different portfolios that we have that target young people with specific services based on where they are and what they need.
Do you have a specific number around slots that might be allotted to them, or providers that have who can give them additional supports? Because I've actually had a couple of people who've already reached out to me saying that they've had trouble filling out applications. The students have been very frustrated. Do you have that information?
I can definitely get you details offline. I know we're growing our slots in each portfolio, but I don't want to misquote numbers. So I will definitely include that in our written responses to you. And I would absolutely love to hear, if you're hearing that, please share that feedback and we can work with the providers and young people to make sure that we're addressing those concerns.
Definitely. Yes.
I'd add quickly about summarizing that one of the exciting things about working jointly with Department of Education on this effort is having good coordination and access to student supports in the out of school time. And last summer, I think we served more students with disabilities than we had before, but also acknowledging that it was trying something new. Maybe it was a little clunky, those efforts to coordinate supports. We're really working to try to streamline that. But I think that is one of the most exciting things about us working jointly with DOE is better understanding students who have supports to open the doors for better access to DYCD programming, and in this case, jointly summarizing.
And could you talk about other programs, especially with after schools, because I often find that there's a lack of programs for students with disabilities, and providers are not able to provide services because some students need additional services. So can you talk about what is being done around that? And are there going to be more programs that are specific for students with special needs to make sure that we're supporting those parents as well?
That is a great question. We, to be clear, our providers currently serve many students with special needs, including IEPs. I think when we get into this conversation, we're talking about, in particular, about young people with higher needs that sometimes can be a barrier to accessing program. This school year, I want to shout out to my colleague Tracy Cauldron, who maintained that coordination that had been developed in the summer to go into the school year to make requests for paras, for example, and nurses to come into out of school time. On top of that, in previous RFPs, we have for after school, we have offered additional funding for providers who want to apply for seats to serve students with special needs that may require additional funding. Not every student with special needs requires additional funding or additional accommodations, but we do allow providers in some RFPs for after school to say they need a higher price because they're going to implement these special supports.
Do you have a number for how many providers have have gotten additional funding, and how many students do you serve at that price point?
Yes, I don't have that number with me today, but we can get you the number of providers and the number of seats. Yes.
Thank you. I will look forward to that in the written testimony. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Work, Learn, Grow, one of our babies here that we all love and want to see continue to grow. In fiscal year 2022, budget baseline $9.7 million to support 2,213 Work, Learn, Grow jobs. In addition to the November plan added on one-time federal funding of $15 million to support 323 additional jobs in fiscal 2022. For fiscal 2023, how much of the current SYEP budget supports Work, Learn, Grow, and their plan to replace the $15 million in federal revenue with city funds to support the program?
I'll start out by saying that there are two separate budgets. SYP is SYP, and Work, Learn, Grow is a separate funding stream for that. We have not begun looking specifically at Work, Learn, Grow for the next school year yet, but we are working closely with OMB to look at where we can come up with the gaps, as you pointed out, from the loss in the federal funding.
But have we come up with a solution, or is it just still in conversations?
It's still in conversation.
When do you think we'll have a plan or a date, or how we'll move forward?
We definitely have a goal of trying to get this in before the adopt. So, that's kind of our internal deadline here, to try to get an answer to this.
So is DYCD committed to making sure that this expansion happens?
I'll ask the program people, but I think the answer is yes. So Valerie, you can chime in.
Yeah, so we're, again, last year we had this really amazing opportunity to take advantage of one-time federal funding to expand the program. We are really excited. So there's two pieces to this, right? We're really excited that we have our baseline funding for our career ready Work, Learn, Grow model. But we also really thought that the expansion that we were able to do last year was very successful, and we learned a lot of lessons from that. So absolutely, we're always here to serve more young people. Our providers and our team are ready to do that, but it's about funding.
Okay. Fiscal 2022 marks the first year the program has been baselined by the administration. Is there anything you would like to share with the committee on how the program has changed this past year? And this is Work, Learn, Grow.
Sure. So talking about the baseline program, over the last few years, we've moved this program to really be an integrated partnership between DOE, DYCD, and CUNY. And we've added a lot of substance to the program. So it's not only just a work opportunity. Every young people who's enrolled in our Work, Learn, Grow program through the Career Ready model, that's the baseline part of the program, has the opportunity to take a CUNY credited course. This is a new innovation. It's not only helped us engage and excite young people participating in the program, but we've seen amazing academic results. My team can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had a 99% pass rate this year out of the program. So there's real magic that happens when you sort of engage a young person with both the paid opportunity and the educational components and merging them together, and then meeting that with a provider who's embedded in their DOE school. We've sort of found this magic between the three agencies that make it a really comprehensive experience, and we definitely want to continue that model this year going forward.
Thank you. Work, Learn, Grow, the year-round component program for SYP, allows young people who are interested in continuing their summer jobs to do so during the school year. It allows providers to keep their staff year-round and improve the quality of jobs and making hiring their positions easier, while also helping to maintain employee relationships throughout the year. Has SYP given thought to adding money to the budget to cover at least 10,000 slots for fiscal 2023?
Oh, I'll defer that to either Valerie or Navita.
So, we, look, we're always, DYC is here to serve as many young people as possible, right? That's always our goal. I think we are doing everything we can to learn from the program that we operated last year with the expansion that we were able to have. So we love Work, Learn, Grow. We're here to advocate and support for it and really appreciate council's support of the program going forward.
The Work, Learn, Grow program has proven successful and has DYCD given thought to funding the program to support approximately 30% of SYEP's participants?
I mean, I think we've thought, my team, I could speak for the program team, right? We spend a lot of time. We have a dedicated, team who works on the Career Ready model, who's the leaders of the Work, Learn, Grow program. We spend a lot of time thinking about it, thinking about what the right number is, thinking about what we want to do with that program if funding becomes available. So yeah, we've thought about all of that because we want to be ready for whatever opportunities come to us. But right now, we're really just focused on the baseline funding that we have and making sure that as we work towards the fall, we have a great program in place with the dollars that we do have secured so far.
Thank you. During the height of the pandemic, the city received federal funding to support many of its core programs. Across the financial plan, DYCD received $270.1 million in federal stimulus funding from the American Red Cross Plan Act in 2021 grants, of which $141.2 million was in fiscal 2021. $73.9 million was in fiscal 2022, with $55 million allocated across the last 3 years of the plan. The fiscal 2022 budget includes approximately $56.7 million in federal revenue, supports 5,000 additional SYP slots for City University of New York CUNY students in the Learning Lab, summarizing summer sonic programs. Federal funding is not included in the budget to support programs for fiscal 2023. The mayor announced the summarizing would continue this year. Does the fiscal 23 budget includes city funding to support CUNY jobs, learning labs, and summer sonics?
The short answer is yes. It does include funding for both. Obviously, the two expansions that were announced by the mayor are continuations of two of the major initiatives from last year. And they are, since federal stimulus money is drying up, they are being supported by CTL dollars at this time. Navita, is there anything that I'm missing that you?
Sure. Hi. Good morning, Chair Stevens. So regarding the summarizing new need, that funding has not been added to our budget yet. We anticipate that that money will be coming in the exec plan. Regarding the stimulus funds, I just want to put a point of clarification. Over the next 5 years, DYCD will receive $331 million in stimulus funds. And generally, we have front-loaded those funds for FY21 and FY22 to maximize revenue and minimize the usage of city tax funds. And so that is our plan. Additionally, most of the funds are really towards the liquidated CTL funds, as well as wages for many of our workforce programs. In the out years, it would be primarily used for wages.
Thank you. On Friday, so we're gonna move on to summarizing. On Friday, the mayor announced the summarizing would be expanding to connect 110 elementary and middle school students to programs through DYCD and DOE in the summer of 2022. In the summer of 2021, there were 99,808 slots budgeted and enrolled a total of 110 slots. How many applicants did DYCD receive for program last summer? Application, sorry.
I'm going to tag program to answer that? Deputy Commissioner Haskell.
I'm gonna look at my notes. I don't know if I have total applicants handy. So I may have to get back to you on that. I know the seats and the enrollment. I think it's important to know while I'm looking for that number that last year the city did make a commitment for any applicant, young person who wanted a seat would get assigned to a seat, and that commitment was fulfilled. So there weren't a lot of families, there wasn't so much like a waiting list or over application. Acknowledging that process again, especially in a small handful of very high demand sites, got a little bit tricky, but we essentially offered a seat to every applicant last summer.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you can get the number to us in the written testimony as well. For fiscal 2023, what is the budget for campus summer camp services by elementary, middle school, and high school programs model? How many students will be served in each campus program model? Additionally, the funding for DYCD and DOE.
I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Bailey if she can be unmuted. Thank you.
Sure. Chair Stevens, can you please repeat that question? Because I think there are a couple in there and I just want to make sure that I answer all of them.
Okay, great. So I'll break it down so you can just go one by one, okay, if that makes the most sense. For fiscal 2023, what is the budget for campus summer camp program services by elementary, middle school, and high school program models? And how many students will we be serving in each campus program model?
So for the Compass Initiative, please be mindful that they're also participating in Summer Rising. So that'll be part of the 110,000 slots for this upcoming summer. And so it's kind of hard to kind of parse it out. I can give you the specific information in written testimony, similar to my other colleagues, but to kind of go through is kind of hard to parse it out because right now it's kind of viewed comprehensively with the Beacon program area for Summer Rising this summer.
No, I'm aware, but I would love to just know the breakdown of it because I know that there's additional programs other than Summer Rising.
Yes, you're referring to our Compass High and our special initiatives within the Compass portfolio.
Yes.
Again, I'll provide the details of that post-hearing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As part of the fiscal 2020 year budget deal, $24 million was added to a one shot to increase the DYCD funding provider rate for 2021 only. The elementary allocation was increased by 30% and middle school allocations were increased by 10%. The preliminary budget does not include funding to support the increase for 2022. Will DYCD commit to providing this funding to the executive budget?
So thank you, Chair Stevens. So I think you're referring again to the Summer Rising price per participant. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that, okay. So for the price per participant for this upcoming summer, DYCD will continue to provide the supplemental 30 and 10% that we added onto the price per participant for last summer. And so for this upcoming summer, the middle school PPP will be 1,414. And for elementary, I'm sorry, that was the elementary PPP. It's 1,414. And for middle school, it will be 1,320.
Okay. Last year, the DYCD and DOE Summer Rise initiatives, while successful, encountered many obstacles from the start. CBO providers warned that we couldn't match the demand. They did. Within weeks of one another, Mayor Adams have boosted SYEP and Summer Rising. Many providers have both contracts for both programs. How is DYCD working with providers to ensure capacity and address the concerns of the providers?
I will defer to our Deputy Commissioner, Susan Haskell, to speak on provider readiness for this upcoming summer.
Thanks for that question, Chair Stevens. I think one of the biggest differences between last summer and this summer is, the extraordinary circumstances of last summer was we were announcing this program in April, and we had just a few weeks to pull it together in the midst of what was still a pretty active pandemic. So including a lot of pandemic considerations that providers had to take place and with respect to staffing, et cetera. So I think the fundamental thing we've heard from our providers and we've heard from stakeholders that we can do is to communicate clearly and more early this year than last year to help them with their capacity to operationalize this program.
I would like to go on record for saying is I've been a provider for over 20 years, and March is not early enough to do the things that we're required of. So be that in May, maybe earlier, it's still not sufficient time to be able to put together a quality program. So wanted to make sure. And I would love to just know, could I get a little bit more detail about like what services or systems are being in place to support them? These are two very big endeavors because SYEP is expanding and at this point, summer camp as well. So could I get some more specifics around what systematic things are being put in place? How are we supporting them to get this done?
We have, I'll start, and if my colleague wants to talk about workforce, we have already shared some professional development opportunities around how to strengthen partnerships with schools, how to get CBOs and schools working together on professional development, and how to serve students with special needs, specialized curriculum. So we're working on professional development. We've been talking to some of our providers about how we can help them with their staffing needs, and we've got some good ideas we're looking at pursuing, including what my colleague Valerie mentioned about sort of coordinating summer program organizations that could benefit from the increased seats in SYEP. Those are two things that come to mind. A more streamlined enrollment process. Yeah, that's what comes to mind. I don't know if Valerie or even Daryl want to add to that.
Yeah, I would just add that on the SYEP side specifically, we've done a lot of things to try to, using Susan's word, streamline the process for providers to take some of the administrative burden off of them so they can focus their efforts on what we really want them to be focusing on, which is, program quality. We've heard really positive feedback from the providers so far about some of those, changes that we've made. I also know, DYCD is working on ways to support providers in hiring, not just at the link between, Susan's team and my team in terms of SYEP and Summer Rising, but broader capacity building job fairs and things like that. So I think we have more to share on that soon. But yeah, I think that's all.
Okay. Thank you. What changes, if any, does DYCD anticipate making to the programs? And this is summarizing specifically.
I know one of the questions that's gonna come up is the enrollment process, and how are we streamlining that enrollment process, making it easier for parents, making it easier for providers, making it easier for providers to coordinate with their school principals and administration. So as mentioned a couple of weeks ago in the hearing, we've been in deep discussions with DOE on what that's going to look like. I can say we have another meeting today. We are close to finalizing that approach and letting providers know about it. We have a meeting with providers on Wednesday where I'm going to share some additional information with them. And then the next step to that, after we finalize and get feedback, is going to be training for providers. So we're training. Last year things were happening at the very last minute. There wasn't a lot of time. We were trying to use existing systems that weren't necessarily talking to each other. We're cleaning all of that up. So we're going to have trainings for providers before anything launches. So they're fully aware of how it works, how they can help inform parents, and then we're going to launch.
Well, I'm happy to hear that there's going to be some trainings. I would love to hear about those and be a part of them so I can make sure when people reach out to me. I think that it's important that we're streamlining some things and making sure that not only the providers are being trained, but we should be thinking about how are we doing collaborative trainings with our DOE partners, because I think it's important that everyone is on the same page. And what happened last year was there was a lot of things that DYCD have requirements and then the providers, and that was part of the confusion that was going on. So we need to make sure that these are joint requirements, these are joint conversations, and that these things are being done together, because having it done separately does not work. And at the end, who suffers are our young people. So I just wanted to make sure that we pointed that out, and any way that I can help to have that, to get that to happen, will be really important as well. And I would be remiss not to bring this up, because the providers would definitely kill me. What are we doing about getting the providers who have still not been paid for their contracts last year, for their summer rising contracts, to be paid before we go into this next summer?
So I'll address that. One, DYCD acknowledges that there were significant delays to last summer's amendments. This was due to a convergence of different factors, some within our control, some not in our control. However, I can assure everyone that's listening that this is an absolute priority for the agency right now. We have devoted all of our resources to try to get all of those moving so that providers are able to get reimbursed for things that they've already done. And so, as you mentioned, to make sure that kind of like the table is cleared for this summer so that we can focus on those. Having worked at a CBO myself, I fully understand that getting a paycheck on time is very important. So we are taking an all hands approach, all hands on deck approach to this, including redeploying staff and things like that, to make sure we do as much possible to make this coming summer, a success without any of the delays from last year.
I think that is extremely inappropriate that CBOs still have not met paid, and in addition to disrespectful at this point. And we need to make sure that they get paid ASAP. And I want to make sure, and we need to make sure that we're putting systems in place so that this does not happen again. Like at this point, it's extremely disrespectful and inappropriate. I also want to acknowledge that we have Councilmember Aviles here. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna go on to ask some questions about the runaway and homeless youth. During fiscal executive budget, the committee requested the youth count. Do you know the new count yet? And if not, when will you have that tallied?
I'm going to turn to Deputy Commissioner Haskell, who oversees our runaway homeless youth programs, to address that.
Chair Stevens, I appreciate that question. I'm going to get back to you on the results of the 2022 youth count.
We still don't have this number.
Well, I'm fortunate enough to sit in the vicinity of the team analyzing that data, so I can get back to you. I'm not saying we don't have it.
We might have it by the end of this hearing, because I really want this number. All right.
Got it.
So we're gonna come back. I'm coming back to this question. I'm highlighting it right now before we get off. The fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $48.8 million for runaway youth, an increase from $2.1 million compared to fiscal 2022. The current budget reflects the increase of $2.6 million. Please explain what the increase is funding will support.
Sure. First, I'll turn to our Assistant Commissioner for Finance to talk about the numbers, the financial numbers there. Can you unmute Navita Bailey? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Stevens. The $2.1 million that you're referencing is to support the Thrive initiative and for a wellness hub within the RHY portfolio.
Thank you. Do you believe that DYCD's current contract rate for runaway programs cover the true cost of runaway youth programs?
The price per participant that is given to the RHY providers is based off of our previous RFP. It has been increased to reflect COLA and indirect. At this time, we are in ongoing conversations with OMB if the rate is not sufficient. What I can tell you is that as we move forward with new upcoming RFPs, we constantly review the rates to ensure that they are marketable and competitive to other services.
But do you guys does DYCD do the right size RFP contracts?
During the RFP process, as we are moving forward with our price for participants and our budgets, we make every effort to right size the price per participant where possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have heard that Runaway views providers and advocates that DYCD does not allow providers to appeal their program evaluation results or ask for inaccurate information to be edited or removed. Is this true?
So DYCD has a robust appeal process regarding the performance evaluations, and providers are welcome to reach out to our procurement office if they want to contest their evaluation. Please be advised that there's a time limit for that. And so I believe it's 30 days, but they can reach out to our procurement office to get more specifics. And that is our ACO@dycd.nyc.gov. And I will be able to provide more information regarding that. But in general, providers are able to submit an appeal if they are not satisfied with their Vendex rating.
Thank you. The fiscal 22 budget currently supports 813 beds for runaway and homeless youth programs, 60 of which are 21 to 24-year-olds. How many beds are currently online?
Regarding beds online, I'm going to defer that question to our Deputy Commissioner, Susan Haskell, who can give you more information regarding the RHY portfolio.
Morning, Chair Stevens. How many total beds of the 813 are online? I believe all 813 beds are operating.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, how many? Yeah. Are all budget beds certified at this point?
I believe that we have a few of our sites. The state law changed a couple of years ago to allow for programs to serve older youth, 21 to 24 years old. And I believe some of our 21 to 4-year-old sites are in the process of certification. I think we still have a couple of programs that are in that process with OCFS.
Okay, great. And I guess just in your written testimony, if you can just add that information in as well so we can have an accurate count and number. Do you believe there's enough beds to support this very vulnerable population?
That's a good question. We have funded 753 beds for ages 16 to 20. It was a dramatic expansion from where we were like prior to the previous administration, and all kudos to council for their advocacy to get us to that point. We do have beds on any given night for young people aged 16 to 21. We have vacant beds every night. And we gather that data regularly from our providers about like, hey, are you able to serve everybody who's coming to your site? Are there any young people that you're not able to serve because of capacity concerns? And we report that on a biannual basis to council. It's publicly available on our website. So I feel pretty confident saying that we are able to meet capacity for the ages of 16 to 20 for runaway and homeless youth. Definitely. I mentioned we more recently have opened about 60 beds for homeless young adults, which is 21 to 24-year-olds. There are more homeless young people who are 21 to 24 than there are under age 21. And those beds tend to be more filled. And there's a few ways that we work to support that age group. One way is we've developed a strong partnership with Department of Homeless Services, whereby young people who are 21 to 24 who may be aging out or not able to access a bed can go through a streamlined process and skip the initial intake. For a lot of young people, they don't want to go to the initial process with Department of Homeless Services, so we can work with them to make streamlined referrals. And very often when they do go to the adult system, they can be served in a youth shelter, because Department of Homeless Youth has youth shelters as well. So to answer your question, long story short, yes, for under 21, yes. for older 21, in light of having fewer beds for that population, we find other ways to help meet their needs.
Thank you. During the COVID pandemic, DYCD continued with in-person services to ensure that youth receive vital services. What if any did DYCD face with providing services?
Was there a specific program area that you wanted?
Oh, these are all, I'm sorry, these are all Runaway Youth questions.
Oh, Runaway Help, okay. Susan.
Oh, were there specific challenges for Runaway and homeless youth services providers in COVID? Absolutely. I mean, they were in person in March of 2020, and they maintained in-person services throughout the pandemic. Juggling the challenge of finding isolation spaces for young people who were tested positive or were symptomatic. Figuring out getting access to testing, getting access to vaccinations when that became available. And I'm really proud of the team led by Randy Scott, working closely with providers to help meet each of those challenges as they came along, getting PPE into programs. It was absolutely a big challenge. And I know that team worked really hard and really quickly to rise to meet those challenges.
Thank you. Throughout the COVID pandemic, Runaway Youth providers maintained services and continued in-person services despite many of the frontline being underpaid. And not just Runaway Youth, we know this is all of our CBOs. What COLA increase is DYCD advocating for FY 2023? The Just Pay campaign is asking for 5.4%. Is this something DYCD is also advocating for?
I can start that. We are still reviewing that on top of, I guess, we want to make sure that we take into account all the other program areas and what that impact would be, because there are, as you mentioned earlier, providers who have contracts in different portfolios. And the city has committed in the past to COLA increases, so we continue to support that effort and work alongside OMB to make sure that that's equitably administered.
I hear you, but I just want to also just go push forward a little bit that you guys shouldn't just be having conversations. You should be the advocates and pushing hard, because you know how hard the providers work. So I just want to say that I think that it's important that, you said you have conversations with providers around their needs and around per participant rate. And we need to make sure that we're fighting and pushing and making sure OMB and everyone knows the importance and the need for the COLA. I have another question around the Runaway Youth. We understand that the current temporary funding housing specialists and DYCD funded drop-in centers until the end of fiscal year. How many DYCD spreading to fund the temporary housing specialists? Is DYCD advocating for continuous funding to maintain those positions?
I'll turn that to Navita Bailey. You can unmute her.
Good morning, Chair Stevens. DYCD currently has a budget of 1.5 million for the housing specialist for the Runaway Homeless Initiative. That was one-time funding. However, DYCD, the city and OMB recognizes the value of this supplemental service for this portfolio. And so we are in ongoing conversations with OMB to assess the amount of money that's needed for next year to ensure that this service continues.
Thank you. I have one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for some questions. DYCD's budget is compromised of 6 units of appropriation, 3 of the PS and 3 for OTPS. The bulk of the funding is 556 million, or 64% is in UA 312, which allows DYC the flexibility to move funding around without oversight from the council. The committee has discussed this in previous hearings. Is DYCD open to additional units of appropriation to provide further transparency in the budget beyond the budget function analyzes?
So thank you, Chair. DYCD is welcome to conversations with the council and OMB regarding increasing our U of A's. At this time, we have not been instructed by OMB to increase it, but we are open to it. I can tell you that the 312 U of A is primarily for our youth services, and so that is a large percentage of our program area. So that is why the representation is so large.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. I would like to remind council members that if you have a question for the administration, to please use the raise hand function in Zoom. We will now be turning to Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmember Williams for question. Councilmember Aviles, you may begin your questions now.
Thoughts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Stevens, and thank you to the DYCD team. I guess I have a two-part question. One about adult literacy, and pardon me if you all covered this before, but I'd like to hear a little. I'm a little mystified coming from a district where adult literacy is so critical. I've been mystified over the years why our city has not prioritized and significantly increased adult literacy funding, knowing how foundational it is for communities, for workforce, for education. So in the report, I see that there is a reduction of 1.7 million of baseline funding because it was unallocated. This is a mystifying element to me, given how needed these resources are in community, and so many service providers are asking for more. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about what is happening there and why has those resources not been allocated. But furthermore, on the adult literacy pilot project, I think we've talked about this probably across other program areas. There is a huge, I know providers who have not been paid for work that happened a year ago and still, really struggling throughout this time. So I'd like to hear more about what is the delays in the payment there, and also if the committee could walk us through what is happening for the new adult literacy pilot project.
Sure. I'll start off with the first question about the 1.7 million that was reduced from this budget. It was not unallocated. It was allocated to a pilot enhancement. So there were no impact on the number of seats in that program. This is a pilot that we're still going to continue through the end of this fiscal year, and it is subject to an evaluation that we are going to undertake to see how effective that pilot was. So that's what was eliminated in the out years for now. I responded previously that because of the evaluation, we want to see what the outcomes, the results look like for that, and we'll continue to talk to OMB after this pilot has ended. So that was the 1.7 million that was reduced from there. Again, no cuts to the seats or the number of students we were able to serve in that program. And then as far as it's not to be confused with another pilot that we have that's council funded, that is ongoing as well. And we can follow up. I don't have the details as to where we are with that one, but we can definitely follow up with you and give you an update on that. And I think there was a third question in there about the contracting and the delays in payments. We definitely know that there is a delay from that stemmed from beginning of this current fiscal year. We are working very hard to try to clear that up. The reason why we can't make any payments on some of these is that we have to have registered contracts, and in many cases these were amendments to existing contracts, baseline contracts. So there might have been an action on one of those base contracts that has to clear first. They kind of go in order. We are working closely with MOX, with OMB and others, and internally to redeploy our staff to make sure that we clear that backlog of contracts that have to be registered so that we can pay our providers.
I wonder how the city would manage if we were all delayed 1.5 years in payment.
So Councilmember Aviles, can you hear
Yes.
me? I just want to
Yes.
quickly jump in. So while we recognize that many CBOs received a delayed payment due to delayed registration of contracts. I want to just stress that DYSD works very hard to minimize cash flow challenges for providers. We prioritize the registration of base contracts to ensure that funds are available. Once contracts are registered, DYSD initiates the advance, and that's about 25% of the value of the contract. And so we do that at the beginning of the year. Due to the delay of the registered contracts, DYSD initiated additional advances for our CBO network. So on top of the 25% that we gave out an additional $8 million in advances to our CBOs to help with it, with their costs and to manage cash flow. And where there were no registered contracts available, we worked with the MOCs to ensure that additional funding was made through loans, and that was an additional $1.7 million. So while we recognize the challenges and we understand completely, and we do not try to create excuses for the delays in registration, we value our providers and we want to ensure that cash flow continues, and we did everything we can to make sure that cash continued to the field.
No, I definitely hear that, and I understand that some of these things are out of your control. But are we looking at possibly increasing the advances, because that maybe would help on the front end instead of waiting into the back end and we wouldn't, some of these delays?
Well, similar to CBOs, agencies have cash flow challenges as well, and also we have to be mindful about the available funds, because we want to make sure that we keep the flow of funds available for the CBO. And so we typically handle that on a case-by-case basis. The $8 million that I'm referring to is in response to CBOs reaching out to us and informing us that they were having challenges, and we looked internally to see which one of their contracts are registered, even if it was not in the program area that they were operating in, to leverage additional funds to see what we can do to help with the cash flow. So we understand the challenge, we're working hard on it, and we're working very hard to try to minimize any issues like this upcoming summer.
Alexa, do you have a follow-up question? Because I see your hands back up. Could you unmute Councilmember Aviles, please?
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the DYCD team. I wanted to just pivot very quickly to the summer rising. We know cornerstones are not administered through school, so I wanted to hear a little bit more about whether the expansion will include cornerstones in NYCHA and what that looks like.
Sure, I'm going to pivot that to either Susan or Daryl from the program side. Daryl, he's got his hands raised there. Daryl Rattray, please unmute him.
Awesome, thank you, Councilmember Aviles. So yeah, cornerstones are not part of Summer Rising. We have about 99 cornerstones that will be operating summer programs this summer. That's going to be about roughly 6,000 elementary seats that are occurring within our cornerstone programs. In addition to middle school, high school programming that happens because if everyone doesn't know, every cornerstone program in the summer is open 7 days a week until 11 p.m. And then we also have 39 cornerstones that also operate Saturday Night Lights programming Saturdays from 5 to 9.
I'm sorry, could you just go back a little bit? Because so you're saying all the cornerstones will be open until 11 p.m. this summer?
So starting in, I want to say 2014, so every cornerstone program, all 99, will be open 7 days a week until 11 p.m. during the summer months.
Will they be getting the additional funding that they've gotten in the past?
Yep, that's already embedded and integrated into their contracts. So part of their base contract includes, I know the number, $96,593 that supports the opening of their evening programming until 11 p.m.
I think I'm asking about the extended program, the additional extended program where they got an additional $90,000 for the community-based programs.
Yep. That's the amount that got embedded into their base contracts. So they automatically get that amount. There's no need to do an amendment for that amount anymore. It's part of their base contracts to remain open during the summer months. And it was $96,593 that got added on.
And when did that happen?
That happened with our RFP, which was, I always confuse it with Beacons, but it had to be the 2015 RFP or 2017 RFP. I always confuse it with Beacons, but I can get back to you. But in their RFP, included in that base number, that base contract number, includes that additional funding of $96,000 that supports opening each cornerstone program 7 days a week until 11 p.m. during the summer months. And then the new add-on East Side House, those 3 cornerstones, they got a separate amendment for that. When they got the additional funding to provide services for middle school, high school, and adult participants.
Well, thank you. Like I said before, we'll be having a hearing on cornerstones and beacons and Saturday Night Live program soon, so we'll be able to deep dive into that a little bit more. Could we go to Councilmember Williams?
Yes, Chair, we can. Councilmember Williams, you may now begin your questions.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I thought I didn't have questions, but it occurred to me a question that I ask all different types of agencies that are delivering certain services about essentially, I know it's a nonprofit, but it still is contracting out the work to nonprofit organizations. And so I know there has been a lot of conversation around budgets and the lack of the nonprofits receiving their funds for providing the services. I wanted to know if DYCD has taken a look at some of the services that you're currently contracting out to see if some of them can be brought back into the agency. There's a lot of research around the fact that we actually lose a lot of money and spend a lot of money contracting work out that we could actually absorb as government entities. So I just wanted to know, it's very high level, if DYCD has ever done any internal studies or reports on ways to bring back in some of the services that you are currently contracting out to different providers.
Sure, I'll try to tackle that. I've been with the agency for over 16 years, and I was on the nonprofit side before that. I think that DYCD has always been primarily a contracting agency. It is probably, we value obviously the connection that our CBOs have directly to the communities, and that's why we utilize them. I would say that I'll use an example, and this will date me, but the Summer Youth Employment Program used to be a little bit more centralized here at the city when it was run by the former Department of Employment. They actually staffed hundreds, maybe even 1,000 people. Somebody can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but to actually administer the program, they did everything. They did the recruitment, the enrollment of the young people, even, they collected the timesheets, they did the payrolls every 2 weeks at different schools throughout the city. Security guards, making sure the kids weren't gonna get mugged after they got their paychecks. And that was, from what I understood, what I saw from the CBO side, very costly to the city, because the CBOs were still involved. We still had to be involved in some respect, and yet the city had a huge infrastructure to do all these other pieces. When DYCD took over the program, it was decentralized, and there were immediate cost savings. And the primary reason to centralize it, or decentralize it, was cost savings. So that's one case study that I can cite. But I think that's something that obviously, we should always be mindful of and revisit. But for now, we know that our CBOs, again, have the direct contact, have the knowledge and expertise to serve the communities that they're situated in. So we depend on them greatly. So we don't see any immediate, alternative to that right now.
Councilmember Williams, do you have any more questions?
No. Thank you for the history lesson. I probably was one of early students in SYP, if you said about 17 years ago. So no, it's just always a question, like I said, that I ask, because there are case studies that show that governments save money when they contract out services. But then there are also certain case studies that say we don't always save money. I think the nonprofit space is a little bit different, but we also have for-profit entities that are delivering on government services. And I kind of have a problem with that when we're creating an industry based off of, your ability to get a government contract. When again, if it makes sense some of these services could be brought back into the government space. But if that is something that has happened before, and there is a track record that did not save any money, and in fact cost the city a lot of money, then I understand why it is the way it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. I just, before we go into public testimony, I would just like to urge all DYCD program folks to stay on, because it is so essential to hear what public testimony has to be said and heard. And I think it's just as important to, answer the questions from council members, but just as important to hear from providers and young people and families who will be testifying now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. We have concluded the portion of administrative testimony, so we will be moving on to public testimony at this point. For public testimony, I will call up individuals in panels. Council members who have a question for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on after everyone on that panel has completed their testimony. For public panelists, once I call your name, a member of the staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin speaking after setting the timer. All public testimony will be limited to 4 minutes, and after I call your name, just wait a brief moment for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin. In the next panelists will be in the following order: Preston Mitchell, Hannah Carey, Dr. Darlene Williams, and Arthur Samuels. We will begin with Preston Mitchell from the Trevor Project.
Time starts now.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks this afternoon. My name is Preston Mitchell. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Government Affairs at the Trevor Project, the world's largest suicide prevention and mental health organization for LGBTQ youth. We work diligently to save young lives by providing support through 5 key programs: crisis intervention, peer support, research, education and public awareness, and advocacy. With an estimated 45,000 LGBTQ youth in New York City experiencing a crisis each year, the need for suicide prevention and mental health in the city is more visible and critical than ever. Of all major cities, the Trevor Project receives the largest number of crisis contacts from New York City. Last year, the Trevor Project served approximately 4,100 youth from the 5-borough region, just over 9% of the total estimated LGBTQ youth in New York City in need. We know that we are at a time when LGBTQ youth need our services more than ever. In March of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, the Trevor Project entered emergency response mode in order to address the heartbreaking impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on LGBTQ youth in particular. LGBTQ youth mandated to stay home may not be out or accepted in their homes, which can lead to emotional and mental trauma. Fear and sadness around not knowing when they'll be able to reconnect with support systems can further exacerbate anxiety and depression. Since the start of the pandemic, which is still ongoing, the volume of youth reaching out to crisis services at our team has increased, at times spiking to more than double volumes earlier in 2020 pre-pandemic. Critical funding will include supporting New York City's LGBTQ youth during their moment of crisis, recruiting additional volunteers to support the growing need, funding the training of those volunteers, and increasing awareness of Trevor's services so more youth know who we are and that we are there for them in their most critical time for need. We hope this council and committee, of course, restores fundings for the current fiscal year and aligns funding for at-risk communities, including Black and Brown communities, and of course, LGBTQ young people. For almost 25 years, the Trevor Project has worked to ensure that LGBTQ youth, including those living in New York City, have access to the highest quality and most diverse range of resources and services. We also know that suicide and mental health are not linear, and therefore the funding and resources and responses must be intersectional and comprehensive. Though we are still living in an unprecedented social, legal, and political acceptance of the LGBT community, there's still much work to be done on local and state levels to ensure that our community members can successfully combat the social and economic injustices they face daily. The Trevor Project is always ready to continue to partner on our life-saving services for these young people in crisis. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now turn to Hannah Carey.
Time starts now.
Hannah, I've asked to unmute. If you just accept that, please. You can begin.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Generation Citizen at the New York City Council Youth Services Committee. My name is Hannah Carey. I'm a program manager with Generation Citizen New York. I first just want to say that we're thankful for the Council's $500,000 investment this year in our programming through the Civics Education in City Schools initiative. In fiscal year 2023, Generation Citizen will be seeking an increase of $100,000 for a grant of $600,000 to support our major expansion of programming throughout New York City. Last year, Generation Citizen New York served 1,750 students in 70 classrooms through our Action Civics curriculum. And in the fall of 2021, Generation Citizen students advocated for a range of issues impacting youth today and called for increased services to better support their peers in their community. As an example, 12th grade students at Stephen T. Mather Building Arts and Craftsmanship High School in Manhattan decided they wanted to stand up and support peers who were victims of sexual violence and assault. They designed a social media campaign to educate their peers about resources for survivors and advocated for the creation of a safe space in their school specifically for students who have experienced sexual violence. They plan to continue this work by raising awareness among city and state officials about the importance of supporting youth survivors, and they may be submitting written testimony to you all. In order to continue supporting youth civic engagement, Generation Citizen New York has embarked on an ambitious programmatic expansion from 70 classes to 170 classrooms, serving at least 4,250 students. We've been able to achieve this growth in a challenging school year by highlighting to our school partners how our work supports social and emotional learning and buttresses their connections to each other and their communities, as well as contributes to culturally responsive and sustaining education practices. All students, especially youth of color, socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, immigrant and refugee youth, need meaningful and empowering engagement within our political institutions as an integral part of their core social studies education. GC hopes to continue partnering with the Council and the Department of Youth and Community Development to bring civics education to more schools. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now be calling on Dr. Darlene Williams.
Time starts now.
Dr. Williams, you may begin.
Good day. My name is Dr. Darlene Williams, and I'm the President and CEO of Opportunities for a Better Tomorrow, OBT. Thank you to the council members on the committees of youth services for the invitation to speak to you today. I'm here to advocate for increased funding to expand our youth services across the city. Since 1983, OBT has been preparing New York City's younger generation obtain secure jobs and maintain fulfilling careers with a host of wraparound services. Our mission at OBT is to break the cycle of poverty and inequity through education, job training, and employment. With programming that ranges from high school equivalency training, employment, adult literacy, ESOL courses, and industry certified training for high school graduates. We focus on meeting our participants where they are so they can meet their goals. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we encountered numerous challenges in our DYCD funded programs due to citywide budget shortfalls. OBT received $300,000 less compared to our previous fiscal years. We saw lower program enrollment numbers connected to social distancing restrictions and limited community outreach during peak surges. The biggest impact has been our Sunset Park programs, where we had to cut back on a number of full-time counselors for 120 participants. We serve a high-need population that includes parents, students with disabilities, homeless youth, immigrants, and 95% of our participants identify as people of color in high-need areas. Losing counselors affected our wraparound support services, which in turn impacts our community in detrimental ways. We strongly believe that we can recover from the last few years by your investment in the following. We want to enhance how we evaluate, use our program data, and more efficiently meet the needs of our participants and our partners. Nonprofit organizations play a vital role in building healthy communities by providing critical services that contribute to economic stability and mobility. Researching trends, understanding the market sectors, and the needs of communities are critical components for effective service delivery. 2, expand our ability to offer young people sector-based programs in healthcare, technology, masonry, childcare, climate-based services and careers through programmatic training that is blended, flexible, and industry-specific. Digital literacy and basic technology skills are essential for all workers. The transition to hybrid and remote ways of working across all sectors has further demonstrated the need to address the digital divide. We need bold investments in wraparound services that empower our participants to use an array of services and technology in a fluid manner. Thank you on behalf of everyone at OBT for giving us a platform to testify today about the challenges that we've been facing. Your support and your continued partnership will help us to ensure that we can make sure our youth have a better opportunity for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Arthur Samuels.
Time starts now.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Arthur Samuels, and I am the co-founder and co-executive director of Mesa Charter High School in Bushwick. Early last year, the mayor's office put out a report indicating that up to a quarter of New Yorkers ages 18 to 24 are neither working nor in school. 80% of these so-called disconnected youth are young people of color like the students we serve at Mesa. The financial cost to the city is hundreds of millions of dollars, and the social and emotional cost of this lost potential is, of course, incalculable. But 75% of disconnected youth have a high school diploma, and that means there's an institution that they're tied to. At Mesa, we're working with our alumni who have struggled to help them enter high-quality workforce development programs. For example, one young man dropped out of college to stock shelves at CVS for $15 an hour, but we helped him become a fellow at the Marcy Lab School. This is a free coding boot camp for low-income students. Think of the Flatiron School, but for our kids. When he graduates this fall, he'll be placed in a 6-figure tech job. Schools spend 4 years developing relationships with kids and building trust with families. We can leverage these relationships to develop a gradual, warm handoff from schools to post-secondary institutions, either colleges or workforce training programs. But the system that we have now tosses this relationship aside. Schools are neither funded to do this work nor evaluated on our outcomes. In other words, your high school is the most important institution in your life for 4 years. But once you get your diploma, you're someone else's problem. This is an inefficient, ineffective setup, and most importantly, it's hurting our youth. Schools can play a major role in supporting young people after graduation, but we need the resources to staff this work and institutional partners within the city. I encourage the council to think more about how high schools can play a greater role in reconnecting our youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your question or for your testimony. Chair Stevens and the other council members, if you would like, we can ask questions to this panel or we can begin our next group of panelists.
No questions, we can continue.
Thank you. In our next panel, we will be hearing from Sabrina Lamb, Jamie Polovich, Michael Tenebrusco, and David McMillan. I will now be calling on Sabrina Lamb to begin your testimony.
Time starts now.
Chairwoman Althea Stevens and Committee on Youth Services esteemed members, good afternoon. I also acknowledge our former World of Money graduate, City Council Member Chio Say, we're very proud of you. On behalf of over 6,000 World of Money children and their families, I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Sabrina Lamb, the founder and executive director of the World of Money, a 17-year New York City-based nonprofit and leading provider of 120 annual classroom and online hours of diverse and immersive financial and entrepreneurial education for ages 7 7 to 18. America's Promise Alliance and AOL Impact awarded World of Money as one of America's 10 top social good organizations. By way of this testimony, you'll learn about the need for funding to enable World of Money to partner with more schools and New York City youth organizations, and our desire to be your resource and a long-term partner with the City Council in helping to eradicate financial vulnerability in historically excluded families. Because money influences every aspect of our lives, we believe that every New York City student should receive culturally diverse financial education from elementary to high school. Our curriculum includes budgeting and saving, credit, investing, insurance, ethics, and so much more. And we also have leveraged the power of technology with the World of Money Online.org to teach more children with our culturally relevant lessons so that children accessing this platform will see children who look like them. Thus far, 4 of the videos have been translated into French, Spanish, Swahili, and Portuguese. Maximilian Johnson, a 13-year-old Harlem resident, shared, quote, "World of Money has taught me how to build financial security for myself and my family. Savings, investing, compound interest. Most adults don't even know about these things, and my learning about finance at such a young age and how money works puts me at a great advantage," unquote. And Maximilian is correct, because 38% of teens report feeling unprepared to manage their personal finances and fear that they will not experience lifelong economic well-being. The lack or inadequate financial education may lead to poor health, lack of self-worth, predatory victimization, and low college attainment. World of Money's vision is a community of youth motivated and empowered to realize their fullest potential and to achieve personal and financial success so they can become savers, investors, entrepreneurs, and philanthropists. And imagine, according to Mayor Adams' vision, imagine World of Money supporting SYEP employers to provide hired youth with financial education. There's no better time to include our curriculum in classrooms and after-school programs throughout the city. We can harness the power of our technology and deliver it to where children and youth, like Maximilian, spend a lot of their time in the classroom and on their mobile devices. So remember the World of Money motto: learn, earn, save, invest, donate. Thank you for allowing me to share a bit of the World of Money story with you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Jamie Pavlovich.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Pavlovich, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Homeless Youth. I use she, her, hers pronouns. CHY has advocated for the needs of runaway and homeless youth for over 40 years in New York State. The coalition is comprised of 65 providers of services to runaway and homeless youth across the state, including 29 here in New York City. I would like to thank Chair Stevens and the members of the Youth Services Committee for holding today's hearing, and I look forward to working together to meet the needs of youth experiencing homelessness in New York City. I'll be submitting longer written testimony, but I would like to limit my verbal testimony to 5 investments that we believe will significantly improve the financial stability of runaway and homeless youth providers and the quality of services for the youth themselves. The first ask is to right-size runaway and homeless youth service provider contracts. DYCD funded runaway and homeless youth provider contracts continue to fall short of covering the true cost of running the programs. We are requesting that all current DYCD RHY funded shelter contracts be increased to the 2019 levels, and that a 10% general contract increase be implemented for all current DYCD funded runaway and homeless youth services. The second one is that we are echoing the Just Pay campaign ask of a 5.4% COLA increase across the board for runaway and homeless youth contracts. This increase will more adequately meet the needs of the essential workers that have stepped up during the pandemic to provide nonstop in-person services to youth experiencing homelessness. We know that if we To adequately meet the needs of youth experiencing homelessness who enter the programs, providers must ensure that all their staff are being paid livable wages. Our providers consistently tell us that due to low wages, they are left with many vacant positions and high staff turnover. This in turn impacts the youth's access and quality of services at the programs. Number 3, we need to maintain the funding for the 16 current housing specialists that are housed in the Runaway and Homeless Youth Drop-In Centers. In fiscal year 21, DYCD's own data shows that less than 4% of homeless youth in the DYCD shelter system transitioned into permanent housing. Unlike in DSS shelters or in the foster care system, DYCD does not have baseline funding for housing specialists. The current housing specialists that are in the programs are temporarily funded through federal emergency housing voucher relief funding, which is set to expire at the end of the fiscal year, June 2022. These positions must be supported past June so that we can ensure that young people experiencing homeless have adequate support to find stable housing. Number 4, we need to fund 2 mental health specific transitional independent living programs. Youth often share with us that they wish they had better access to meaningful mental health supports, and providers continue to express that they often do not have the staff capacity or appropriate structure to support runaway and homeless youth who have significant mental health needs. The city needs to fund programs that would include on-site clinical services and intensive case management to provide youth with the services that they need. And last, we need to create 40 additional DYCD funded runaway and homeless youth beds for older youth ages 21 to 24 years old. There's currently only 60 beds in the DYCD system for these older youth 21 to 24. However, providers consistently report, as do young people, that they are hard to access because they are regularly full. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now be calling on Michael Tenebrusco.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Michael Tenebrusco, and I serve as the Youth Program Development Specialist at New York Roadrunners. And thank you for this opportunity to testify before the Committee on Youth Services today. New York Roadrunners' mission is to help and inspire people through running. And while New York Roadrunners is best known for organizing the TCS New York City Marathon, our organization is one of the largest nonprofit providers of free youth fitness programs in New York City. New York Roadrunners is asking the City Council to once again generously fund our critical services for youth under its Physical Education and Fitness Initiative, which is critical to our ability to bring our program at no cost to over 500 New York City educators and over 75,000 students in every single council district in the upcoming school year. I have a unique reason for presenting this testimony today. Being born and raised in Queens, my first exposure to running was through New York Roadrunners free youth programming nearly 15 years ago. I can personally attest to the impact it had on my life. Participating in this program took me from being a shy kid who couldn't run down the block to being the outgoing athletic person that I am today. The friends that I've made in this program are still friends to this day. I remember we looked forward to the end of the school day because it meant that we were able to just have an hour of fun through the program, where our teachers would introduce new and exciting activities to keep us moving. Reflecting back on these memories, I understand now at a young age, I was taught the importance of being active. Participating in youth running and fitness programming gave me the confidence and desire to continue being physically active for life. Soon after joining the program, I was exploring different sports, playing pickup games at local parks, activities that I wouldn't normally do. This early foundation that New York Roadrunners Youth Program provided allowed me to eventually compete in college, complete 8 different marathons all across the country, and now I'm training for my first international race. Now as an employee at New York Roadrunners, I've come full circle. And by helping teachers implement our program successfully at their schools and providing them with the resources they would otherwise not have, I am now driving the process that helped me inspire when I was younger. Beyond its significant impact on kids, this program also empowers teachers by providing them with the quality programming, support, and equipment as they strive to shape our city's youth. The COVID-19 crisis has made New York Roadrunners work to support schools, educators, parents, and youth more important than ever. This coming school year, our goal is to continue to support teachers and after-school professionals to help ensure their students have the physical, emotional, and social foundations to lead an active and healthy life. The importance of seemingly simple job of keeping New York City's kids active should not be underestimated. Helping kids benefit from being physically active and empowering those who teach them has lasting effects on the school and our city and school communities in our city. I respectfully ask the City Council to reinforce the importance of keeping students active by renewing and increasing funding under its physical education and fitness initiative so that New York Rovers may continue at no cost to help youth across the 5 boroughs stay healthy. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now be calling on David McGillen.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is David McGillen. I am Deputy Director at the Salvadori Center. We started the meeting today hearing about the Mayor's goals for Summer Rising, which are project-based STEAM learning with pathways to careers. And that's exactly what Salvadori does. We teach math, science, and the arts using hands-on, collaborative, project-based learning. So students work together in small groups to solve real-world problems. So, for example, if I'm in a group with Chair Stevens and Sergeant Lugo, then Chair Stevens will know something that I don't know and Sergeant Lugo doesn't know, and Sergeant Lugo will for sure know something that Chair Stevens and I don't know. And there's even a chance that I'll know something that neither of them know. So between us, we share knowledge and skills and we come up with better solutions. We've provided Summer Rising and Career Clue programs for the past few years. And our students work with young professionals from the architecture, construction, and engineering industries so that the students receive mentorship and they see pathways to successful STEAM careers. We can be ready to deliver programs with 2 weeks notice. And we've been doing this for 50 years. STEAM education in under-resourced communities. And we're here to help realize the Mayor's vision for Summer Rising. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be in the following order: Kenneth Jones, Carlos Cano, Jimmy McMeeger, and Stephanie Nielva. I will now be turning to Kenneth Jones to begin his testimony.
Time starts now.
Good morning, everybody, or now it's afternoon. But I just wanted to echo, I work with David McGillen, the previous presenter at the Salvadori Center, and I'm not going to use the whole 4 minutes, but I just wanted to say thank you to DYCD, to the council members, to everyone who's considering serving students and helping them to stop the learning loss during summer, but more importantly, to give them opportunities to succeed, to see themselves in careers where they can grow and become vital members of our society, and to create programs that keep the bridge between young professionals and the students so that they can have mentors and ask the good questions and connect with them. At Salvadori, we serve about 10,000 students a year. Now that's not just through one program and we're done. All of our program are multiple days. So over those 10,000 students share about 100,000 contact hours. Our programs during the school day run about 8 sessions all the way up to 36 sessions, which is the entire academic year. But we also have a robust after-school program, which are 12 sessions, and they run 90 minutes each. And like David said, it's all collaborative, project-based, and hands-on. But 2 of the most exciting things we've done in the last 2 years is we've done a study with NYU. And NYU researchers were really interested as to when children form the self-perception that they're going to be good at something. And most people think it's around middle school. But the truth is these researchers thought it was much younger. So they did a survey of kindergartners through the 5th grade using Salvadori's program and realized, in fact, children do start that early to get a sense that they're going to be good at something. And then the second thing that they measured was relevance. Does school matter? We always hear that thing of, why do I need to know this? I'm never going to use this. And one of the things that happens with all students, regardless of where they start, is on day one to the end of school, the sense that what they're learning in school is relevant to their lives steadily declines. Now, when they introduce Salvadori, their sense of relevance spikes, and it better, because you wouldn't hire us if it didn't, because we talk to you about how we use the world in which the kids live, the buildings they cross, the bridges they see, the buildings they enter, the schools they play on, and the parks and communities. But the coolest thing is after Salvadori, that sense that what they're learning in school, that decline, it stops. And the reason it stops is because they're learning collaboratively with their friends. They're doing it through a project-based hands-on activity, and it's fun. And, with the summer school program, they get to see kids that look like them, that are young professionals, and they see themselves in what they're learning, and they see pathways to success. So we totally support everything you're doing. We're here for you. We've been doing it for years. We're ready to help the mayor's vision and your vision be successful. So please continue the good work, and we appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Carlos Cano.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present testimony at this hearing on youth services. My name is Carlos Cano, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the East River Development Alliance, doing business at Urban Outbound. Since our founding in 2004, youth services, in particular college access, has been a core element of our integrated model to break cycles of poverty in public housing communities. The Urban Outbound College Access and Career Access Program offers 4 services. 1, college preparation, which includes SAT preparation courses, one-on-one counseling for the high school students and the parents, supporting writing their essay, and assistance with FAFSA and college applications. Our second main service is career exploration for those who were looking more of a vocational path. We also have financial counseling, again, for the youth and the parent. And we complement this with mentoring and coaching sessions. Our program serves an average of 75 students every year between sophomore, junior, and senior cohorts. Right now, our senior class, we have a success rate of 100% of them getting admitted to and going to attend the college of their choice. This year, we started a new part of our program. We were working with our program alumni on their first year of college, second year of college, to ensure that success translates into their initial classes, initial semesters, and making sure that they have a good life balance, life study, work balance. Most of our students are first-time college in their family, first time in the family that someone goes to college. So, and I should add that for NYCHA residents, NYCHA school, high school students, this is the hardest population to reach. It's the hardest population to believe in their own future. So we devote a lot of resources to convincing these youth to participate in the program, to believe in themselves. We are very grateful for the funding from the city of New York for us to be able to accomplish our goals. Right now, we focus on Western Queens developments, that's Astoria houses, Queensbridge houses, which is the largest development in the continental US, Woodside, and Ravenswood. And we're hoping that we can expand these to our other locations in Far Rockaway and East Harlem. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Jimmy Meager.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Jimmy Marr. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm Policy Director at Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon offers a client-centered, trauma-informed response to 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence or abuse. I'll limit my remarks today and submit written testimony. I'm here to focus on the needs of the nonprofit human services sector, with specific focus on the core asks of the Just Pay campaign, and to highlight the City Council initiative funding contracted through DYCD that Safe Horizon relies on to provide essential healing and safety services to RHY and young survivors of violence and abuse across the 5 boroughs. Lastly, we urge the Council to listen to the Coalition for Homeless Youth and implement our collective recommendations regarding RHY funding for fiscal year 23. Safe Horizon is a proud member of the Just Pay campaign, which is a racial equity and gender justice campaign committed to ending the government exploitation of human services workers. I also want to say, Chair Stevens, you really fired up the crowd last week at our Just Pay rally, and we really appreciate that support and that advocacy. Each year, you hear from providers who are struggling due to the crisis of underfunding of the human services sector as budgets are balanced on the backs of low-income neighborhoods and BIPOC communities. To address this crisis, we asked the city to immediately adopt 3 core reforms: an automatic annual cost of living adjustment, a living wage floor of no less than $21 an hour, and a comprehensive wage and benefit schedule for government contracted human services workers. The COLA is the biggest action that can be taken during this budget season. Ideally, we would love to see a multi-year COLA agreement, but in the absence of that, we are asking for a 5.4% COLA, which mirrors the state COLA included in the governor's budget. My written testimony goes into detail on our initiative funding requests, but briefly, the City Council supports our street work project for runaway and homeless youth through the supports for persons involved in the sex trade initiative, and our digital Safe Chat platform through a speakers initiative. These funds allow us to provide trauma-informed healing and care to RHY and young people impacted by violence, and we urge the council to continue to invest in these initiatives. Finally, we echo the recommendations of the New York Coalition for Homeless Youth, of which we are a proud member, and Jamie spoke earlier in an earlier panel. But the 5 asks are: 1, right-sized runaway and homeless youth service provider contracts; 2, a 5.4% COLA increase, echoing the ask of the Just Pay campaign. And this is especially meaningful to our street work project staff who continue to provide in-person services during this pandemic. 3, maintain funding for the 16 housing specialists in the RHY system. As Jamie said, the current housing specialists at DYCD funded drop-in centers are temporarily funded through federal EHV funding, which is set to expire at the end of the fiscal year. Continuing the funding for this position would support youth experiencing homelessness and successfully obtaining safe long-term housing. 4, fund 2 mental health focused transitional independent living or TIL support program pilots. Youth often share that they wish they had better access to meaningful mental health supports. I think especially we've learned that over these past 2 years. Providers continue to express that they often do not have the staff capacity or appropriate structure to support RHY who have significant mental health needs. The city should issue an RFP for 2 new pilot programs to serve RHY with mental and behavioral health needs. And 5, lastly, create 40 additional DYCD RHY beds for youth aged 21 to 24 years, just to meet this overwhelming need across our 5 boroughs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your support.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Stephanie Niova.
Time starts now.
Good morning. Thank you to Chair Stevens and to all the City Council members present. Thank you, Jimmy Marr. We agree with all of the requests that he made as well. We appreciate the support of the City Council for day one and the opportunity to speak today. The pandemic, the racial justice reckoning, the isolation, and the many transitions of the past year have been particularly difficult for young people, and more so for Black youth and other youth of color. Day One is an organization focused on building healthy relationships among young people, and we have seen the effects of skyrocketing domestic violence, technology-facilitated abuse, a mental health crisis, and the limited services tailored for this issue and tailored for this age group. Demand for our domestic violence services has been as much as 70% higher in our domestic violence program, in our direct services program since prior to the pandemic. Day One only works with youth 24 and under, and we combine prevention and intervention services reaching over 10,000 youth annually. We ensure that all of our youth-focused services acknowledge the intersecting identities and complex dynamics of domestic violence, youth sexuality, and consent. Our educational programs teach middle and high school students about healthy relationships and link them to direct services, including legal assistance and counseling. Our legal department assists young people with obtaining protective orders, custody and visitation and child support orders, and criminal justice advocacy. Our social workers provide counseling services to young survivors, equipping them with the tools to heal. And year-round youth development programs help cultivate the next generation of leaders by building transferable job skills like advocacy, organizing, and public speaking. The vast majority of our consultations have involved at least one form of technology-facilitated abuse. We've advocated for clients whose partners shared intimate photos and videos on social media without permission, and others whose abusers track their location and access the contents of their cell phones without their knowledge. Our social services team recently supported a student being harassed and threatened by a classmate while attending a mandated Zoom class. My name is Stephanie Nelvin. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Day One. And Day One has submitted requests for allocations to all the City Council members for the following: district-specific and citywide funding from the DOVE initiative, $60,000 in continued funding from the Initiative to Combat Sexual Assault, new funding of $100,000 from the Young Women's Initiative Immigration and Sexual Assault Programs. We're very proud to be delivering services right now in Council Members Stevens and Osse's districts, and we also hope to meet with your offices and expand services in the districts of Councilmember Jordan, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Riley, and Councilmember Aviles. I'd also like to briefly address a bigger picture issue. Day One shouldn't be asking schools if they need information about healthy relationships when a third of young people are consistently found to be experiencing harm in their relationships. Domestic violence is already draining hundreds of millions of dollars from New York City each year. The city can meet this crisis with a new initiative that would fund preventive education for youth and training for youth workers and teachers. The need is dramatic. The biannual Youth Risk Behavior Survey in New York City steadily finds that just when asked about the immediate prior 12-month period, 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 10 students in New York City experience harm in their dating relationships. Also in the city, teen survivors of dating abuse are 3 times more likely to miss school due to not feeling safe and 3 times more likely to carry a weapon to school. So you might wonder if they come forward for help. Multiple studies show only 10 to 15% of them at most will speak to an authority figure about harm in a dating relationship. And when they do come forward, institutions such as DYCD, the Department of Education, do not require youth workers, teachers, or guidance counselors to be trained about warning signs of abuse or how to manage disclosures of harm. While over 60% of guidance counselors say they've had the occasion to advise a survivor of dating violence in the previous 2 years, 90% say that they haven't gotten training in that period of time. The DOVE initiative is wonderful. Let's put an equal effort prevention.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be in the following order: Rachel Dycd, Troy Philadelphia, Drew Higginbottom, and Awena Martinez. I will now call on Rachel Dycd to begin.
Time starts now.
Rachel, you've been unmuted. You can, if you just accept our request to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Terry West, Director of Government Contracts and School Partnerships. I'm here today on behalf of our CEO, Rachel Dycd, to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's fiscal year 23 citywide funding request of $1.2 million under the Council's After School Enrichment Initiative. New York Edge has partnered with the Council for the past 30 years in providing free school-based after-school and summer programming to youth in all 5 boroughs. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities by providing programs designed to improve academic performance, health and wellness, self-confidence, and leadership skills for success in life. Students need healthy minds, bodies, and relationships, as well as creative outlets to thrive. Our programs help them develop all 4. New York Edge is a leader in the after-school community, well regarded for our evidence-based approach to after-school programming grounded in social-emotional learning. Targeting underserved communities throughout the city, New York Edge programs focus on academics, the arts, sports, and health and wellness. We are also one of the city's largest providers of college access programs. New York Edge's entire student population is 90% or more African American or Hispanic, with an approximately equal number of males and females. More than 85% come from low-income households eligible for Title I free or reduced price lunches. With funding under the Council's After School Enrichment Initiative, we annually impact tens of thousands of students in grades K through 12 from over 100 sites across the city through our school year and summer programs. Programs run before or after the school day year-round, including Saturdays over the summer and holiday periods. For 30 years, New York Edge has been able to substantially impact the lives of hundreds of thousands of New York's most vulnerable youth by leveraging City Council funding, not only to run our flagship New York City Council summer camps, but to bring our school year leagues, special events, weekend programs, and holiday break programming to youth across the 5 boroughs. New York Edge, its students and families are extraordinarily grateful for the past 3 decades of support from the New York City Council. We are now looking to you to meet the needs of the next generation of young people by supporting our fiscal year 23 citywide funding request of $1.2 million. These funds will enable us to keep providing you throughout the city with the edge they need to succeed. Thank you very much for your time today and for letting us present our testimony before the council.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Troy Philadelphia to begin his testimony.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Troy Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the Director of Outreach and Advocacy for the Ali Forney Center. The Ali Forney Center was founded in 2002 in memory of Ali Forney, gender nonconforming youth. AFC's mission is to protect LGBTQ youth from the harms of homelessness and empower them with the tools needed to live independently. We have 124 beds across all of our programs, which includes our emergency housing program, our transitional housing program, and we have a transgender specific housing program as well. We also have a 24-hour drop-in center. We at the Ali Forney Center stand with the Coalition for Homeless Youth on the following points. Right-sized runaway and homeless youth service provider contracts. Now, while our contracts do assist, they can't possibly provide all of the funds needed to adequately run our programs. We could also use assistance with things like Metro cards, assistance in fine-tuning residential treatment models, and creating a sustainable crisis response team. And of course, COVID has and continues to impact our organization financially. The costs of PPE, essential items, and testing have been astronomical. 5.4% COLA increase. Human service workers in New York are some of the lowest paid workers in New York City's economy. How can we expect our workers to provide adequate care to our young people if they are not making a living wage? As essential and frontline workers, especially during these trying times of COVID, they should be compensated accordingly. And when they are not compensated accordingly, they sometimes leave. Now, this leads to massive amounts of turnover, and as a result, our young people experience disruptions in their care, which can re-traumatize them and be difficult to cope with yet another change. They then have to get acclimated to a new care team after already building up trust with someone else. I mean, these disruptions in care can have a negative lasting effect on the young people and how they view the services that they are receiving. Maintaining funding for the 16 housing specialists in the RHY system, that's a $1.481 million. The new housing specialists have been immensely helpful since they started in our programs. They shoulder and take on the daunting task of assisting our young people with obtaining permanent housing. Now, before, the care manager would be doing all of the legwork required, with that process being very arduous and time consuming. The new housing specialists are taking on a lot of those tasks, leaving the case managers free to continue working through their ever-increasing caseloads accordingly. Housing specialists can also help with follow-up and dealing with the bureaucratic systems in place that aren't always the smoothest to navigate. Funding 2 mental health-focused transitional independent living support programs. We cannot stress the importance of mental health support in regards to our young people and their living situations. I've seen countless situations where a young person has a negative experience in our programs because they require a higher level of mental health support than some of our staff can provide. And there weren't other programs that we could refer them to that were safe. I mean, these young people find themselves in housing situations that have too many people and not enough privacy. This in turn can exacerbate their mental health conditions like PTSD or flashbacks and lead to an incident. Creating 40 additional DYCD RHY beds for youth aged 21 to 24. The fact of the matter is that there are just not enough beds for individuals between the ages of 21 and 24, making them much more vulnerable. Most individuals would rather not go to a DHS shelter, which is why the age was raised in the first place. Older youths prefer to remain in a DYCD shelter as opposed to a DHS shelter where there is constant risk of sexual and physical abuse / assault. Those environments are not beneficial for healing and growing. 21 to 24-year-olds should not have to wait any longer than 16 to 20-year-olds.
Time expired.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now be calling on Drew Higginbottom to begin their testimony.
Time starts now.
Good morning. On behalf of Student Leadership Network and the Young Women's Leadership Schools, thank you, Chair Stevens, and all of the members of the Youth Services Committee for this opportunity to testify about the services Student Leadership Network provides the youth of New York City that have been made possible in part by funding from the New York City Council. My name is Drew Higginbotham. I'm the Director of Research and Innovation for the Girls Education Team at Student Leadership Network, formerly known as the Young Women's Leadership Network. Prior to working at Student Leadership Network, I spent 20 years serving the students of the Young Women's Leadership School of East Harlem, first as a teacher and ultimately as the principal of that school. Currently at Student Leadership Network, I lead initiatives to codify the Young Women's Leadership School model and support our teachers and principals with professional learning opportunities. Student Leadership Network has 2 programs in New York City that support young people from underserved communities in gaining access to valuable educational opportunities. The Young Women's Leadership Schools, which we call TWILS, and which is a high-performing network of girls' public schools within the New York City Department of Education, and College Bound Initiative, a comprehensive college access, persistence, and success program for young people that places and supports college counselors in 20 co-ed DOE schools, in addition to the 5 TWILS schools. In 1996, Ann and Andrew Tisch partnered with the Center for Educational Innovation and the New York City Department of Education to launch the Young Women's Leadership School of East Harlem. It was the first public all-girls school to open in the United States in 30 years. Their vision was to provide girls growing up in underserved communities with a high-quality college preparatory education. Today, Student Leadership Network impacts more than 2,500 students through our 5 public girls' schools in New York City, located in East Harlem, the Bronx, Brooklyn, and 2 in Queens. And we are opening a 6th Young Women's Leadership School in Staten Island this September 2022. The College Bound Initiative serves another 3,000 juniors and seniors at co-ed Department of Education high schools. The Young Women's Leadership Schools are open to girls and gender expansive youth of all academic abilities who aspire to post-secondary education. At TWILS, whole girl education is based upon girls' education research and is guided by the overarching goal of elevating young women's voices, confidence, and expanding their resources to thrive in college and beyond. As such, our programs are designed to support skill building in 4 core areas: college and career awareness, science, tech, STEAM, leadership development, and health and wellness. In these 4 areas, students have access to dozens of in and out of school enrichment opportunities that deepen their learning, broaden their exposure, and strengthen their self-regard. The 4 core areas permeate nearly every facet of TWILS and are supported by Student Leadership Network through programs, partnerships, and professional development for teachers. As a result, TWILS boast a 98% high school graduation rate, 95% college enrollment rate, and an average financial aid package of $20,000 per student annually, excluding loans, to help pay for college. We hope that this testimony is a starting point to continue to talk about ways that we can collaborate to deepen our support of young women and gender expansive youth in New York City. As the pandemic recedes, the ongoing pandemic has disrupted students' lives and learning on a monumental scale. In the wake of this, we offer a number of mental health supports to students who are experiencing extended trauma and provide critical services through on-site in-person counseling sessions. As the pandemic recedes, we're restarting and reimagining the early college and career awareness events we supported each of the 5 TWILS schools. These events jumpstart to college, TWILS in the workplace, College Discovery Day, TWILS Glows, Cool Careers, Potential Paths, provide students with multiple experiences beginning in 6th grade to explore their post-secondary career options through interactions with inspiring women who reflect their identities and experiences. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Awina Martinez to begin their testimony.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Stevens and esteemed council members. My name is Owena Martinez and I'm with the Center for Court Innovation. The center researches and implements justice reforms that advance fairness and effectiveness. Some of our projects include Bronx Community Solutions, the Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Queens Community Justice Center. I'm the project director of the Staten Island Justice Center. We proudly have served the Staten Island community since 2009. We offer alternatives to incarceration, a pretrial supervised release program, and access to social services to youth and adults aimed at reducing the effects that come with involvement in the justice system. Today, I would like to speak about SIJC's Youth Wellness Initiative, a program that provides robust mental health services to youth participants who are justice involved or at risk of justice involvement. In 2021, the Justice Center expanded the Youth Wellness Initiative to include a 10-session workshop series designed to address trauma and promote healing, with a focus on servicing young men of color exposed to violence. The trauma associated with exposure to violence is complex, intergenerational, and is not something we expect to be fixed right away. It takes work to build rapport with youth, and we first take the time to get to know them, their lives, their families, and how they see themselves in the world. Our services focus on getting to the root of the trauma by applying a humanistic approach where youth have had the space to be open and vulnerable. We understand there may be resistance, but patience and a trauma-informed lens fosters a relationship that SIJC can be a home away from home again for them, and an off-ramp to other services and opportunities in the community in Staten Island and beyond. Additionally, we provide wraparound services to caregivers whose youth are referred to our programs. It's critical to engage caregivers as part of this work. Navigating the justice system, along with other possible life challenges, can be so difficult for our families. For example, one of our youth was recently rearrested and sent to placement. We quickly built a plan that included visits to the placement center and regular check-ins with the youth's mother. As a service provider, we are one piece of a young person's life. Again, we prioritize understanding their life, build that trust, and work with the youth and their families to connect them to resources, pro-social activities, and most importantly, our support. To conclude, I ask that City Council continue to support the Center for Core Innovation by expanding our innovation core funding to further empower our direct service community sites like SIJC. This funding is used to flexibly respond to the needs as they arise through all of our sites in the 5 boroughs. Over the last 2 years, the needs have spanned everything from expanding remote youth engagement programming during the pandemic to implementing new methods of gun responses. I thank the Council for continued partnership in ensuring our young people have access to services who see them for who they are and opportunities that empower and promote sustainable success. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: Christine James McKenzie, Teen Howard, Brian Carmichael, and Jennifer Kunle. I will now begin with Christine James McKenzie.
Time starts now.
Good morning, dear council members. My name is Christine James McKenzie. I'm the Manager of Communications and Policy at Jobs First NYC, a nonprofit intermediary that creates and advances solutions that break down barriers and transform systems, supporting our young adults and their communities in the pursuit of economic opportunities. We appreciate the opportunity to submit the testimony to the Youth Services Committee. We're looking forward to your leadership to address the unrelenting crises that young adults in New York face. Jobs First is particularly concerned about the young adults between the ages of 16 to 24-year-olds who are out of school and out of work. We join our colleagues in the call to immediately direct resources and attention to the fact that young adults are not being provided with practical and sustainable solutions that will allow them to thrive. Last year, Jobs First NYC published a report titled Equitable Recovery for Young Adults, an Agenda for Young Adult Workforce Development in New York City. And it provides a set of citywide policy priorities that are rooted in the real needs of the young people, the perspectives of the on-the-ground practitioners, and the literature on successful policies and interventions. It details the changes needed to quickly connect these 18 to 24-year-olds to employment now. It builds on Jobs First NYC's comprehensive system-level view of the city's young adult workforce system. We must act now to connect young adults to training, education, and work opportunities. Our report outlines 6 recommendations for the city that were informed by a diverse coalition of young adult workforce development and education stakeholders, as well as 18 to 24-year-olds. To enact these recommendations, Jobs First NYC calls for a $770 million increase in annual investment by New York City. $100 million would go towards bridge programming, $150 million to sectoral training, $357 for subsidized jobs, $105 million for high school degree attainment and career preparation, and $58 million for capacity building and system enhancements. These recommendations are specific. Number 1, collaboration, encourage and reward collaboration across the young adult workforce programs and providers. 2, focus on equity, meaning prioritize economic mobility and pathways to prosperity for historically under-resourced and disproportionately harmed communities. Employee partnerships, significantly expand the partnerships with employers and industry groups to create employment and career pathway opportunities. Also, to have youth-centered strategies, design youth-informed solutions that center these young adults and their experiences as well as their goals. We believe in capacity building, build the capacity of workforce providers to deliver high quality, culturally competent, market-aligned services to young adults. Jobs First NYC and young adult service providers across New York City are asking you to commit to all young adults, and especially those who are out of school and out of work, to invest in resources, skills, and opportunities they need and deserve to find success in work and life. The future of New York City depends on these young adults. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we will submit a complete testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Teen Howard.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanae Howard. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director at Sadie Nash Leadership Project. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and the Committee on Youth Services. I'm here to speak in support of the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, otherwise known as STAR CGI. Members of our initiative are here to ask for your continued support in ensuring that STAR CGI funding is not only restored, but that each of our organizations receives an increase in funding of $50,000 each, totaling $2 million for the STAR CGI initiative to be able to support our critical work at this critical time in the city. I started as the Executive Director at Sadie Nash Leadership Project in March 2020, actually on March 16th. Right as COVID was beginning to impact our work. This coalition has been critically important to me and Sadie Nash Leadership Project during the last 2 years and has enabled us to provide collective support for young people in our programs, who we call Nashers, who represent young people from 44 districts across New York City. Our organizations are a lifeline to the young people we serve. It's through our organizations that young people are gaining opportunities to sustain and be resilient during this unprecedented time. At Sadie Nash Leadership Project, the support from the STAR CGI cohort has enabled us to show up for Nashers and their families during this time. Specifically in response to the COVID-19 global pandemic, we have been able to develop creative and adaptive responses that center the voices and experience of Nashers. We are really proud of the work we've done to bring our programs onto virtual platforms and then into a hybrid kind of situation, which we're in right now, and create opportunities for healing and self-care and develop spaces in which to bring our community together for collective support and action. Nashers are members of communities of color that are feeling the impact of who have been feeling the impact of the pandemic in the last 2 years and now especially. We've been able to provide direct cash and food assistance to families who've lost jobs and been impacted by this crisis. We know how important it is for us to deliver on our promise of supporting young people's ability to grow as leaders who can work now and in the future to create communities committed to collective care and justice for all. Our organizations work together to look to the future of this city, our young people and our gender expansive youth who are actually the now and the future of our city. We're thankful for your investment in them. This is an investment in our collective success as a city. We need you to fight to ensure our programs remain available. Along with our STAR CGI partners, again, we're seeking an increase in funding for $2 million for this initiative that really provides critical support for young women and gender expansive youth across the city. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share our testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now be calling on Brian Carmichael.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee members. My name is Brian Carmichael. I'm an activist, organizer, and I'm appearing before you today as a member of Freedom Agenda. Like most of you, I believe in an equitable budget. However, for too long, our city's budgets have not been equitable, especially when it comes to youth services. The Department of Corrections budget is bloated and the agency needs to be right-sized. The DOC has 1.5 uniformed staff for every one incarcerated person. This is 2 times more staff per capita than they had 8 years ago, and 7 times more than the national average. The DOC has an extraordinarily high number of officers who called out sick on any given day. From July through December 2021, an average of 1,638 officers, that's 21%, called out sick each day, and about another 12%, or 1,000 officers, are out on long-term sick leave. We believe there are tens of millions of dollars being squandered in waste, fraud, and abuse by the DOC that could otherwise be invested in our young people and a future free from incarceration. I urge the City Council to strategically divest from the Department of Corrections in key areas so that those resources can be redirected to expand programs and services in those communities that the Commission on Reinvestments in Communities Impacted by Rikers Island submitted. I urge the Council to maintain the funding of the programs and services provided to young adults who are currently or were previously in DOC custody. Redirect other funds to meet community needs like programs and services for youth that will reduce the flow of young people into the criminal legal system. Further, the Commission reported that there is a lack of quality spaces for young people, and the community centers located across housing developments are often under-resourced, underutilized, and inaccessible. The city should increase capital fund investments to ensure young people have access to safe, quality spaces to participate in programs and engage in pro-social activities. Capital plans should be designed in partnership with young people and community organizations, and priority should be given to community centers across housing developments. Lastly, I urge this committee and the entire City Council to have the strength and the wisdom to remain visionary and not reactionary in ongoing and future analysis of how successful these new spending priorities are. Every time there's a spike in crime or some violent crime featured on local news channels, many politicians immediately begin to second-guess policies that support decarceration. But the status quo has been built over hundreds of years, and the changes that Freedom Agenda believes in and advocates for are transformational and can only be judged fairly by years, even decades of analysis before the effects can be measured fairly. Truly, a generation of freedom. Please consider these recommendations, fund them, and remain resolute in your support. And we at Freedom Agenda will remain resolute in our support of you and our campaign to decarcerate New York. Thank you for your time and allowing me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Jennifer Kunla.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Committee Chair Stevens and the members of the New York City Council for holding today's hearing. My name is Jennifer Kundla, and I'm a director at Big Brothers Big Sisters in New York City. As leadership of the nation's first and our city's largest youth mentoring organization, I'm here to advocate on behalf of the thousands of youth that our organization serves each year and young people across the 5 boroughs who deserve to have access to enrichment programs like ours. Big Brothers Big Sisters in New York City has been successful in adjusting our operations throughout the pandemic to ensure that we continue to meet the needs of the youth we serve and support of their families. This is possible only because of the generous support of the City Council and our stakeholders. As the city begins to enter this next phase of the pandemic, it is important that we emerge with supports firmly in place for youth that encourages their development after 2 very difficult years. 1 in 5 of the youth that we served in fiscal year 21 lived in the neighborhoods most affected by COVID-19. Many of these families experienced loss of income and had to manage through extended periods of financial hardship, putting these children at greater risk for social isolation. Through our programming, children gain access to valuable mentorship and social enrichment that will help support them into young adulthood. We do this through our community-based and workplace mentoring and our college and career success programs. In the past 2 years, we have doubled the median match length, extending it to 26 months. This would not be possible without the dedication of our volunteers who join us in driving mentorship forward, contributing more than 95,000 hours of mentoring in fiscal year 21. We must recommit that we are not making cuts when it comes to supporting and investing in New York City's future leaders. It is imperative that New York City Council fully funds our organization and all other programs that are providing these essential programs to the youth in our city. Amid the disruption of the past 2 years, it is critical that we aggressively invest in restoring support to youth services and appropriately fund and allocate to ensure that the youth thrive. Thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: Darren Mack, followed by Stacy Hangsterman, Soraya Friedman-Gonzalez, and Wendy Flanagan. I will now call on Darren Mack to begin their testimony.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Stevens and Youth Service Committee members. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda. I'm also a member of the Commission of Reinvestment and the Closure of Rikers Island, established by Local Law 193. So this commission is charged with ensuring significant reinvestment recommendations are made available in vulnerable communities disparately and historically impacted by mass incarceration. So research and data, has shown a significant percentage of individuals incarcerated at Rikers Island and our youth impacted by the criminal legal system reside in historically underserved neighborhoods in New York City. And as a co-chair of the youth subcommittee in the commission, our mission is to identify investments that will prevent or remove young people from the criminal justice pipeline. But the question still remains, where will the city get the funding from? So New York City's Department of Corrections has the highest DOC budget in the country. The proposed fiscal year 2023 DOC budget is $2.679 billion. So we spend the most money in DOC and get the worst results. To be clear, we still want the programs and services that the people held in pre-trial detention rely on to continue to be funded to meet their basic needs. But therefore, we want to be strategic in right-sizing DOC's bloated budget in key areas and simultaneously be strategic in reinvestments in youth programs and services. So the city has increased investments in things like credible messenger models, but more funding is needed to support these programs, expansion into schools, and giving those who do that work adequate salaries to reflect the hard work and on-call nature of their work with COLA, the cost of living adjustments. So I want to urge that the city council, one, take seriously the recommendations made by the commissions, two, deflate DOC's budget, and three, by doing that, we will be able to reinvest those resources to fund all of these organizations providing programs and services to youth and young adults testifying today. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Stacy Hangsterman.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stacy Hangsterman, and I'm the president and CEO of Special Olympics New York. Special Olympics New York serves more than 31,000 athletes, children, youth, and adults with intellectual disabilities. We provide year-round sports training and competition. We also partner with schools to offer unified sports where students with and without disabilities compete as teammates. All of our programs are free for athletes. In short, we change lives. People with ID who never dreamed they could play a sport, be part of a team, or really compete, are given the chance. To understand the impact of Special Olympics on a young person's day-to-day life, let me tell you about a 17-year-old young man with Down syndrome who joined our program 2 years ago. Before finding Special Olympics, Alex went to school every day, and while he was included in some activities with his neurotypical peers, most of his time was spent with other students who have varying disabilities. He was happy, but he was lonely. He did not have a lot of friends outside school, and certainly not many friends who would call him to hang out after school or on the weekends. When Alex first joined Special Olympics, it was at his parents' urging. He didn't see himself as an athlete, so he took his time, tried activities here and there. What he ended up enjoying most was powerlifting. Flash forward to today. Alex meets his Special Olympics teammates at the gym 3 days a week and trains as a powerlifter. He has become so confident in his athletic abilities that he's also joined the Special Olympics Unified Bowling team in his high school. Alex has new friends, teammates, and coaches. He has upcoming team events and competitions on his calendar. He isn't lonely anymore. He is too busy to be lonely. Not long ago, Alex said to me, "Mom, Special Olympics changed my life. I'm the president and CEO of the organization that changed my son's life, and I can't separate the pride that gives me as both a parent and a leader. I only wish we had found Special Olympics sooner." Like so many people in New York City, we were not aware of the impact that Special Olympics could have on our family. So now I'm determined to make sure that kids like Alex and parents like me know that Special Olympics can improve their lives. New York City is where we are most urgently needed. Despite being the highest populated and most diverse area of the state, it's home to only 1,371 Special Olympics community athletes. Part of the problem is that while city funding is set aside for youth activities, too often these activities are not accessible to youth with intellectual differences. We have programs for children of all ages, programs that are easily adopted at little to no cost. I urge you to read more about them in my written testimony, but in the essence of time, I will leave you with this. There are tens of thousands of young people with intellectual differences in New York City who would benefit from Special Olympics, and they don't know it yet. So many Alexes out there with a champion sleeping inside of them, waiting to be awakened. Special Olympics can do that with your help. I see it happen every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Soraya Friedman-Gonzalez.
Time starts now.
Great. Hi, my name is Soraya Friedman-Gonzalez, and I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Children, a nonprofit that works to improve the well-being of children and families in the child welfare system, with a particular focus on those aging out of the foster care system. We provide direct educational and financial support to youth, and also support other child welfare-focused organizations by developing innovative initiatives to fill gaps in the system. We do this through our longstanding partnership with the Administration for Children's Services, the 26 contracted foster care agencies, and many community partners. We typically serve about 1,000 youth per year as they transition out of the child welfare system and into adulthood, a moment when their need for support is greatest, but there are few resources available. Our programs make a difference in the lives of the youth we serve. One program, which provides wraparound supports to youth in college, has seen a 78% graduation rate compared with the 3% graduation rate nationally for youth aging out of foster care. While New Yorkers for Children has been around for more than 25 years, the past few years have proved to be an inflection point due to significant increases in demand, and we have seen exceptional growth in demand for every area of our work. In particular, at the height of the pandemic, New Yorkers for Children served over 2,000 youth, distributing more than $1.8 million in direct cash transfers to youth and families. We are a key resource and trusted partner to the young people we serve. And I share this to merely highlight the immense needs. Beyond our direct services work, New Yorkers for Children designs, pilots, and manages citywide initiatives. Since our founding, New Yorkers for Children has served as a longstanding partner to ACS, managing multiple grant projects that spur innovation and improve the child welfare system. Additionally, we've launched community partnerships for transformative initiatives supporting over 14 other New York City child welfare organizations, big and small. We aim to improve the child welfare system by supporting organizations doing innovative work in such areas as transitionate youth needing holistic community-based support, education, career development, mental health support, permanency for youth exiting the foster care system to adoption or kin gap, parenting youth, youth who are victims of sex trafficking, and two-generational caregiver support. While we commend many of the existing investments already made, we believe additional investments are needed. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony, and I'm hopeful that with support from City Council, we will be able to build a stronger child welfare landscape in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Wendy Flanagan.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and distinguished members of the City Council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Wendy Flanagan. I am the President of the Board of Directors and the Interim Executive Director of the Fresh Air Fund. For 145 years, the Fresh Air Fund has provided the city's children with summer experiences that help them thrive and succeed emotionally, academically, and socially. Despite having to suspend our traditional camp and visiting host family programs for the past 2 summers due to the pandemic, the fund ensured that New York City children were able to have summer experiences that they both deserved and needed. Last summer, we served over 2,400 children in New York City-based in-person and virtual programs, and we employed over 200 youth ages 18 to 24 as counselors across our programs. We continued our Summer Spaces programming, working with the Department of Transportation and the Open Streets program to give children ages 5 to 12 across 4 boroughs safe places to play outdoors under the guidance of counselors and mentors. Our Summer Teen Academy for teens ages 13 to 17 was a stipended program that gave young people insights into possible careers, work experiences, and through 4 partnerships, skills, and a credentialing certificate. Although we did not have traditional camp, we had the whole families able to visit our camps for 3-day, 2-night overnight trips to relax and enjoy the outdoors together. And we had added some virtual programs to keep children engaged, learning, and having fun. This summer, we are delighted to be returning to our camping and visiting host family programs while continuing some of the programs we developed during COVID. Children will have the opportunity to go to 4 of our 6 camps and to reunite with volunteer host families they visited before the pandemic. In addition, we're excited to continue our stipended Summer Teen Academy and will have the opportunity to provide more in-person programming. We will still give families the opportunity to visit Camp Together through Family Wellness, and we are renewing our Summer Spaces program. And we will again give youth opportunities to work with us as counselors at camp and in city-based programs. We look forward to working with this committee and with other council offices to ensure that as many New York City children as possible have access to our in-person programming happening in the city this summer. The past 2 years have been especially difficult for the children in our city. Access to summer programming to keep kids engaged, interested, learning, and having fun is critical. We encourage the City Council to support and fund organizations that will provide essential summer programming to our city's children this year. Thank you again for your time this morning and for your commitment to our city's children.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: Scott Daly, Shamar Watson, Carey Corgiaca, apologies, and Charisse Palomino. I will now be calling on Scott Daly to testify.
Time starts now.
Scott, if you could please accept the request to unmute yourself. Okay, we're having a few technical difficulties with Scott Daly, so I will call on Shamar Watson.
Time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon all. Thank you to Honorable Chair Stevens and the Committee on Youth Services for the opportunity to offer testimony. My name is Shamar Watson. I'm the Director of Youth Development for the Committee for Hispanic Children and Families, better known as its acronym CHCF. We will be submitting a full, more comprehensive testimony that we invite any further questions. Today, I will just be touching on some of the top elements that our work is focused on. During a typical school year, our school-based program serves 550 students in 3 Bronx schools. We know the significant value add of connecting community-based partners with schools to comprehensively meet the unique needs of students and their families. Above and beyond the academic supports, we are able to offer in after-school programs. We support mental health and social emotional development, interest in career exploration, and connection to additional resources and opportunities beyond the school walls. CBO contracts at both the state and city levels have historically been underfunded, not meeting the true cost of care. This places undue financial burden on CBO partners to cover the remaining costs that go into delivering programs that truly respond to the unique needs of students, families, and communities. CBOs already function on razor-thin margins on the red we're faced with difficult decisions about laying off staff, service reduction, and in many cases, closure, ultimately harming our communities by disrupting the flow of services and minimizing resource access. We join our partners in the Just Pay campaign in calling on the city to improve its practices of partnership and contracting to ensure that the nonprofit human services sector and their staff are not only sustained, but able to thrive. Through all of this, CHCF, like so many CBOs across the city, has continued to show up for our schools. When the city needed to rapidly expand extend day year programming to deliver Summer Rising, CHCF was ready and willing to continue our sonic programming for middle school students at PSMS 279. As we move towards Summer Rising 2022, we feel it is worth noting that the city missed opportunities to truly optimize existing CBO relationships in schools by only building upon city-funded SAC program for Summer Rising 2021. We echo the sentiments of our CBO partners and of Chair Stevens as delivered in the summer programming oversight hearing, that the ambition of DYCD alone is not sufficient to making high quality programs that truly meet the needs of our youth and families a reality. The city must be proactive in engaging CBO partners as thought partners in program design and delivery planning from the beginning. They must honor the value of our work and the skilled staff on the ground working with communities day in and day out about funding is in a sustainable and equitable way. In addition to after-school programming, CHCF strongly supports the community school model as a means of investing in CBO partnership with schools. We also strongly support increased funding and equitable access to youth employment programs, connect youth with opportunities to explore career pathways, build experience, and grow networks. For any further questions to this testimony, please contact Danielle DeMoose at ddemuse@chcfinc.org or 212-206-1090. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Scott Daly.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Service Committees for allowing me to testify today on behalf of New York Junior Tennis League, NYCC. Scott Daly, the senior actor, unfortunately is unavailable. I will be speaking in his stead. My name is Alejandra Ng, and I'm the program manager for community tennis programs. I'll start by talking about the programming that we have that is funded by the New York City Council. Firstly is our community tennis program, which provides free tennis instruction and programming in schools and parks during the spring, summer, fall, and winter seasons across New York City. Kids and parents are able to register at any of our locations during any time during the season. No kid is turned away, put on a wait list. This is not an application. These kids register, show up, and they start playing tennis as soon as they can. Next is our school time tennis program, where we provide training to teachers to allow them to bring tennis into the schools during the day. We give them free equipment as well as ongoing support from our coaches. All of these teachers are also able to receive continuing teacher and leader education credit at no cost to them. Lastly, our new program is our CTP Plus program, which we implemented this past year, in which we provide additional training to kids who are performing at a higher potential level. It is a tryout basis, but we give them extended hours of play, smaller coach to student ratio, and let them achieve new heights of their tennis. We annually reach about 85,000 kids citywide. Our demographic ratios show that our majority of our populations are Black, Latino, Asian, and new immigrant populations. Approximately 70% of the children that we serve are also 10 and under. NYJTL does provide age-appropriate equipment to give them a higher success rate on court and to establish the basic skills they need to grow their tennis game. Talent is universal, but access and opportunity are not. A lot of our kids do come from low-income families and neighborhoods where young people lack access to tennis. The sport is usually available only to kids in affluent neighborhoods, suburbs, and private schools. That is why we have strived over the past to introduce the sport of tennis to everyone, including those with special needs. For 50 years, with the council as our partner, we have been a driving force for New York City's youth and tennis communities. We are more than just learning tennis. We help these kids physically, emotionally, and mentally. They build self-esteem, they learn values, and as one of our coaches says, we make them model citizens. Lastly, COVID has affected everyone, and NYDTL has become a safe haven for these kids, an escape from loneliness and uncertainty. We provide cognitive and social stimulation. We develop motor skills that are needed. NYDTL is seeking funding in fiscal year 23. This will keep up with rising costs. Our budget has been flat over the last 12, 13 years. And minimum wage has increased, at least $5 to $6 over that time frame. This will allow us to continue servicing, as many kids as we can, and possibly providing additional hours at any of our locations. Lastly, I do want to just touch upon our employment. About 70% of our coaches are alumni of these programs. I am an alumni of this program. I started when I was 10. I'm still here 20 years later. These kids grow through our programs. They volunteer, they coach, they give back. It's a cycle that doesn't end with our community tennis programs. Your continued service, support, and advocacy is needed for the fiscal 23 budget. And I want to thank you on behalf of all the families served by NYJTL. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Carey Korjiaka.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony today. I am very excited to submit this on behalf of Reach Out and Read of Greater New York in support of New York City Council's Early Literacy Initiative, City's First Readers, which supports New York City's youngest New Yorkers. I want to take this opportunity to also thank Chair Stevens, City Council members for your ongoing commitment to ensuring that New York City children who participate in all of our programs will begin school with the literacy skills that will enable them to succeed in school and in life. Decades of research shows that early literacy skills are really key to building positive futures for children and breaking those cycles of poverty. So this needs to happen in the first 5 years of a child's life. A child's brain is already 90% developed by the time they turn 5. So programs like Reach Out and Read and City's First Readers are crucial for making sure that these first 5 years include stimulating and positive experiences that support healthy brain and language development. Reach Out and Read specifically has been ingrained in this early literacy work for more than 20 years. We partner with healthcare providers to put books and literacy resources into the hands of children and their caregivers during regular pediatric checkups. So what does this look like? Our pediatricians, family physicians, nurse practitioners hand out new developmentally appropriate and culturally appropriate books to children from birth through 5 years old. And they also talk with parents and caregivers about the importance of reading aloud together. For many children, the books that they receive through our Reach Out and Read programming are the first and sometimes the only books that they have at home. We've heard from children whose faces just absolutely light up when they receive the book from their pediatrician, especially when they receive our high quality books with characters and authors who look like them and look like the community we serve. In addition, many of the other resources that we're able to provide our families with at these visits are connections and referrals with our 17 Cities First Readers partner organizations, who we know are going to continue to further the early childhood educations and support that these families need. Reach Out and Read partners with 144 different hospitals, clinics, pediatric care sites in New York City. We're in 44 council districts. In 2021, we served over 250,000 children with books and early literacy resources through our network of over 1,000 medical professionals. However, there is much more we can do. At the current funding rates, we're not able to meet this book need for 31% of the children in New York City. This means that we have thousands of children that are leaving their doctor's offices without a book and without that literacy guidance because we don't have the funding to support them in the way that they need at this time. We're hoping to change that with continued and increased support from New York City's council. We support Cities First Readers in asking for their additional $6.5 million in fiscal year 23 that will be disseminated among the 17 different Cities First Readers partner organizations, including our program. And if the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us anything, it is how crucial the healthcare workers and healthcare systems are in supporting New Yorkers. Providing early literacy resources through the system has carried on throughout the pandemic and is still thriving through this challenging time. We continue again to need the financial support to allow Reach Out and Read of Greater New York program to reach its maximum impact, serving more families in New York City. So we thank you for the opportunity today to submit testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Charisse Palomino.
Starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Charisse Palomino, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Programs at New Yorkers for Parks. We are a founding member of the Playfair Coalition, which includes over 400 organizations across the 5 boroughs. Thank you to the Youth Services Committee for the opportunity to speak about our city's recreation centers. I also want to thank Chair Stevens for her leadership on this important issue. Members of this community have a unique opportunity to push for adequate funding for our park system, as it is a critical component of supporting positive youth development. The New York City Parks Department operates and maintains 59 recreation centers across the city to serve a population of 1.8 million youth. Of the 59 community board districts, 26 do not have a New York City Parks Recreation Center, meaning that 44% of community boards do not have a recreation center. New York City's recreation centers are used to support communities with programming for youth and seniors alike. They should provide critical opportunities for youth development and empowerment with free programming and sports. New York City's recreation centers should be a hub for positive youth development, where young people socialize and liaise in a safe and supportive environment, which is essential to their overall well-being. Instead, New York City's recreation centers are chronically underfunded and badly in need of repairs, with roughly 1/3 of them closed at any given time. We are overdue for a transformative investment in our park system. 1% of the city budget for parks could ensure that recreation centers are fully staffed and functioning to provide the programming that young people need. New York City's Parks Department does a valiant job maintaining these aging resources, but needs more funding to do so. This is one of the many reasons why NY4P and the Playfair Coalition are calling for an increase in the parks budget to 1% of the city's budget, a call that a majority of the city council members supports along with Speaker Adams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: Dante Bravo, Kim Elisha Seligmer, Jennifer Pinder, and Jonae Billy. I will now call on Dante Bravo.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the members of the New York City Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dante Bravo. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the Youth Policy Analyst over at United Neighborhood Houses, UNH. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing 45 neighborhood settlement houses, 40 here in New York City, that reach 765,000 New Yorkers from all walks of life. Despite the increase in baseline funding for SYP and FY23, funding for Work, Learn, Grow, the complementary school year youth program workforce, program, sits at less than half its pre-pandemic level with no baseline investment. The city should invest $20 million in baseline funding for Work, Learn, Grow in the FY23 budget to increase opportunities for young people. The SYP expansion should be celebrated as well as an example of what can happen when government, CBOs, and advocates work together towards the same goal. This model shows what's possible, and the city should work to draw key lessons learned from this work into summer and year-round programming for elementary and middle school. In late 2021, UNH asked our members by how difficult it is to staff programs on a scale of 1 being the least difficult and 5 being extremely difficult. They answered at a 3.8 and cited youth programs as one of the most challenging staffing positions to fill. We fear that this staffing challenge will continue this summer and fall without significant intervention from the city to address staffing shortages. Staff to student ratios are currently 10:1 for elementary school students and 15:1 for middle school students, though providers have cited that a 15:2 and 10:2 ratio are ideal for program quality and participant safety. It should be noted that the 1,414 rate for Compass contracts is the same as the rate for Summer Rising last year, despite asking providers to serve more young people than ever this summer. Even with additional funding, the cost per participant rates from last year were not sufficient in funding the true cost of the program. Any new cost per participant rates must set a wage floor for summer counselors at $21 per hour, allowing providers to offer competitive salaries in the midst of a staffing crisis within the field. Settlement House staff have consistently identified this staffing challenge as a key issue facing their organizations. While UNH will analyze the Sonic rate with the larger provider community, UNH calls for a higher rate for Compass programs at $1,848 specifically for elementary school programming. Summer Rising 2.0 must include funding, staffing, and other resources so CPOs can focus on the well-being of their participants, curriculum, and other markers of program quality instead of basic elements of programming. In addition to the summer higher cost per participant rates and other investments into summer 2022. The city should also make a robust $28.5 million investment in expanding school-based mental health clinics. Staff retention at existing school-based clinics is a challenge because of the pay disparity between community-based providers and DOE-employed professionals. To address the gap in particular with funding for community-based adult literacy services, UNH also calls on the mayor and the city council to baseline an additional $13.5 million in adult literacy funding, renew $4 million for adult literacy council discretionary funding, and double funding for the adult literacy pilot program to $5 million. Finally, UNH supports the #JustPay campaign's asks, which include automatic COLAs for all human service contracts, a living wage floor for all human services workers of no less than $21 per hour, and the creation of wage and benefit schedules similar to city and state government employees. We urge City Council to emphasize the needs of the human service workforce in budget negotiations. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to testify today. For more information, you can reach me at dbravo@unhny.org, and our written testimony includes 2 sample budgets for this year's summer program.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Kim Alicia Selig-Miller.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and Youth Services Committee. My name is Kim Alicia Selig-Miller. I am a former foster youth and an advocate at YouGotta, a foster care and adoption agency that believes it's never too late for family. I spent about 19 plus years in the foster care system and aged out in 2021. At age 22, I not only have my own independent housing, but also found a forever family through the help and support of YouGotta, something that I was told I could never have growing up in the foster care system. At 17 years old, my heart was set on finding a family. I had been in the system since I was 2, and my parents were no longer an option. During this time, I was in an all-girls group home where I expressed that family was something important to me and I wanted a chance to have it. I told my workers time and time again, and they would disregard what I had to say. My group home told me that I had to get my head out of the clouds and start focusing on finding an apartment and supporting myself. I was okay with that, but having an apartment didn't stop me from wanting to have a family. I will never forget, I went to my bi-yearly court hearing and decided to speak up for myself. I told the judge I wanted adoption to be an option. The judge looked at me and said, with your age and history, you will never be able to get a family. Start looking for an apartment. Although the judge did not specifically say it, what my teenage ears heard was that I was not worthy of a family. The amount of defeat I felt that day traumatized me even more. All my life, I had people come in and out of my life who only judged me based on my actions and my paperwork. Still, I knew that if I had people who loved me and supported me, that I could get through anything. But sadly, my judge and my foster care agency had written me off as another failure. Sorry. All right. However, through my experience with YouGotta, not only did I have other foster care alumni teaching me the importance of family, but also had people who believed that I was more than just my behaviors. And no matter what, I deserve to be loved. Through my years in foster care, one thing was very clear: my voice didn't matter. Minors in foster care are often spoken for and told what to say. However, once you are older and start to advocate your needs, nobody wants to listen and not many people care because you will be aging out soon. You Gotta Believe has gave me chances to speak and be heard no matter what I had to say. In addition, You Gotta Believe helped me understand what permanency really means. Not just having a safe place to stay, but having people unconditionally committed no matter what, something a lot of foster agencies lack to teach families and youth in foster care. You Gotta Believe not only helped me find a family, now who I call my godparents, but they helped me understand that my story has power and it should be shared to make changes in the foster care system. At a young age, You Gotta Believe allowed me to speak at panels to help potential foster parents understand the meaning of commitment when taking in older kids in the foster system. Those panels, lit a fire in me and helped me realize that advocacy is something that I want to do as a career path. Now that I'm out of survival mode and I have a family, I can focus on those efforts and finally make change in the system that tried to fail me. You Gotta Believe has made such a major impact on my personal and professional life and has done so for many older teens in care in New York City. YGB needs the support of the City Council to continue the work with the older youth who are about to face the worst outcomes alone. YGB knows that we can find them loving families. I, as a former foster youth and employee of YGB, supports its efforts in supporting older youth in care and hope the City Council will do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Jennifer Pinder.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Services Committee. My name is Jennifer Pinder, and I'm the Executive Director of You Gotta Believe, a foster care and adoption agency with a focus on permanency. I have the pleasure of working with Kim Alicia, who testified just before me, and other advocates like her that have powerful voices just like hers. We can't get our mission executed without Kim Alicia and our other advocates. You Gotta Believe has received support from the City Council since fiscal 15 to support our Nobody Ages Out program, as well as our efforts to provide wraparound services for transitional age foster youth. We're really thankful that the majority of our current discretionary funding is contracted through Dycd. We submitted a request for continued support of our programs, specifically the Nobody Ages Out program, as well as for mental health services for LGBTQ youth. For 27 years, You Gotta Believe has focused on finding loving, unconditionally committed, permanent families for kids in foster care who would otherwise age out alone. While there's a lot of great work being done around providing services to youth aging out, You Gotta Believe is the only agency focused specifically on permanency. Everyone on our team is a credible messenger. I'm an adoptee myself, and others on the team are either parents of older youth from foster care or survivors of the foster care system. This gives us a unique advantage to deliver the highly specialized support our youth and families need. We've also recently launched a mental health program that allows us to provide adoption competent therapy for our families free of charge. YGB primarily serves Black and Brown youth between the ages of 10 and 24. We also work with a large proportion of LGBTQ youth, since they're also overrepresented in the system, as well as Black and Brown youth. 25% of our youth and 15% of our parents identify as LGBTQ. It's important for everyone to remember that people don't stop needing family support at the age of 21. Youth who age out alone face homelessness, continued welfare dependence, and often join the pipeline to incarceration. These negative outcomes are avoidable for the youth who reconnect with permanent families. Our preliminary survey data indicate that youth who age out of the New York City foster care system without a family are more than twice as likely to be incarcerated than youth we place with permanent families. And on the national level, youth who age out alone are more than 10 times as likely to be incarcerated compared to youth that we place with permanent families. YGB needs the support of the City Council because our staff is at capacity and we're relying on you to help us scale up so we can reach more foster youth with our proven model so they don't age out alone. We need your help to increase our impact and prevent more kids from aging out of foster care without a permanent loving family. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Jonae Billy.
Time starts now.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Janae Billy, and I serve as the Director of Strategic Partnerships and External Affairs for PowerPlay. I'd like to begin by thanking Chair Stevens and the Council committee members for your unwavering leadership, your focus on creating a sustainable future for our youth, and your support of our work in youth development. PowerPlay advances the lives of girls through sports, helping them grow physically, emotionally, and academically stronger. We create a continuum of opportunities for girls ages 8 through 18 and utilize structured sports activities to foster critical social emotional learning skills girls need to succeed in school and life. We partner with Title I schools and community-based organizations to conduct after-school and summer programs emphasizing social emotional skills, health and wellness, leadership, and college and career readiness programs. The Women's Sports Foundation report shows that urban girls of color have the least opportunities to participate in sports or physical activity of any demographic group of youth. This is who we serve. PowerPlay also serves as the lead agency for the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, aka STAR CGI, a collaboration of 10 leading nonprofit organizations helping girls and young women of color overcome barriers to success, gain access to high quality out of school activities, and develop as leaders in their communities. Now in our 7th year, we have collectively served over 40,000 girls and gender nonconforming youth. During the last 2 years, STAR CGI provided a constant source of academic, social, and emotional support for our young people. A 2021 report from McKinsey & Company shows the pandemic left students on average 5 months behind in mathematics and 4 months behind in reading by the end of the school year, and that the pandemic widened pre-existing opportunity and achievement gaps, hitting historically disadvantaged students the hardest. This demonstrates an even greater need for our programming. In FY22, STAR CGI seeks to assist our young people in closing the mental and physical wellness gap created by the COVID-19 pandemic, amplifying their voices through activism and advocacy, and forging a path to leadership while maintaining steadfast in our mission to be a resource for our youth. As of March 2022, the STAR CGI partners have already served 1,850 youth in all 51 city council districts. On Saturday, December 11th, STAR CGI hosted its 3rd youth town hall entitled Pass the Mic with Councilmember Farrah Lewis. We look forward to sharing ideas and ways to foster female leadership in NYC with Councilmember Stevens at our upcoming leadership breakfast. Lastly, we plan to capitalize on the success of our past youth-focused initiatives by again hosting our leadership breakfast and our Self-Care Saturday series with Nike. Today, the STAR CGI Girls Initiative respectfully requests an enhanced FY23 funding from the council in the amount of $2 million. Again, on behalf of girls and gender nonconforming youth of color across New York City, thank you in advance for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: John Sentigar, Meredith Jones, Rachel Wallman, and Abraham Jones. I will now call on John Sentigar.
Time starts now.
Good morning. My name is John Sentigar. I use he, him pronouns, and I am the Director of Development and Communications at Covenant House, New York, where we serve runaway and homeless youth ages 16 to 24. I would like to thank the New York City Council Committee on Youth Services, especially Chair Stevens, for the opportunity to submit testimony this morning. Covenant House, New York is the city's largest nonprofit adolescent care agency serving homeless, runaway, and trafficked youth. During this past year, we served over 1,600 young people in our programs. On a nightly basis, we provide shelter to approximately 200 young people, including LGBTQ youth, pregnant women, and mothers with their children, as well as survivors of human trafficking. Our youth are primarily people of color, and over 1/3 of our youth have spent time in the foster care system. Many of our youth have experienced abuse and neglect at the hands of parents or other caregivers, and a disproportionately high percentage of our youth struggle with the pervasive impacts of trauma, mental health issues, and substance use. We provide young people with food, shelter, clothing, medical care, mental health and substance use services, legal services, high school equivalency classes, and other educational and job training programs, as well as a safe house and specialized services for survivors of human trafficking. All of these services help young people overcome the trauma of abuse, homelessness, exploitation, and move towards stability. Covenant House New York has submitted several requests this year for discretionary funding, and we hope the council reviews these and looks closely at how this funding will provide more services to youth in need. This includes $75,000 in funding to provide anti-human trafficking services, $550,000 in funding to provide transitional housing services for victims of the sex trade, $100,000 in funding to provide continued legal services for our youth, and $100,000 in funding to provide continued mental health services for our youth. But most importantly, this morning, we want to highlight the needs regarding runaway and homeless provider contracts overall. We're asking that our essential workers and direct care staff who have risked their lives every day of this pandemic caring for our young people be paid a living wage. New York State has cut human services local aid by 5% annually since 2012. DYCD-funded RHY provider contracts continue to fall short of covering the true cost of running RHY programs. Sadly, it's the human services workforce that bears the brunt of this reduced funding. Low and stagnant wages due to insufficient state and city funding cause staff turnover rates in parts of the nonprofit sector that are over 40%. These high turnover rates are detrimental to the young people we serve, as it is important that our youth develop a rapport with the adult staff who act as mentors and guides as they rise out of poverty and lead self-sufficient lives. Frequent staff turnover changes disrupt rapport and make it difficult for our youth experiencing homelessness to leave poverty behind. We are therefore requesting and echoing the requests of others who testified this morning, including Jamie with the Coalition for Homeless Youth, requesting that DYCD-funded shelter contracts be increased to the 2019 contract rate of $50,410 per bed, and that a 10% general contract increase be implemented for all current DYCD-funded residential, street outreach, and drop-in center contracts. We're also asking that DYCD echo the 5.4% COLA increase for staff working on RHY contracts. This right sizes DYCD contracts to more closely resemble the true cost of a bed for a young person experiencing homelessness in New York City. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, and thank you as well to my colleagues at other nonprofit organizations who've echoed these requests in order to promote the dignity of youth receiving services in the RHY continuum.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Meredith Jones.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Chair Stevens, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Meredith Jones, and I'm the City's First Readers Program Manager based at Literacy, Inc. Literacy, Inc. is both a program partner and the facilitating organization for this impactful initiative. City's First Readers, the New York City Council's only early literacy initiative, harnesses the power of collaboration between 17 nonprofit organizations, including all 3 public library systems, to build equity of opportunity for children birth through 5 affected by systemic poverty. City's First Readers, or CFR, engages nearly 1 million families in all 51 council districts every year. Our work ensures that New York City children from every neighborhood have a solid foundation to start school successfully, thrive academically, and succeed beyond their school years. CFR is an essential initiative of the City Council that addresses a critical and long-standing literacy crisis. This crisis is not new, and it has accelerated because of the pandemic. Just last week, the New York Times reported the increase in children, particularly Black and Hispanic children, English language learners, those from low-income families, and children with disabilities who entered kindergarten this year with gaps in their early learning skills. CFR was founded on the knowledge that a disproportionate number of children impacted by systemic poverty have historically and consistently entered school with these gaps. The solution to this problem, as we've always known, is not catching up with children in kindergarten, but supporting them before they begin their formal education. City's First Readers delivers proven strategies that directly address early learning opportunity gaps. In fiscal year 21, while largely functioning remotely, CFR partners engaged 800,000 families and caregivers with early literacy programming, including a 53% increase in engagement among some partners. We distributed 41% more books compared to FY20, putting 380,000 books into children's homes, and expanded our Hallmark education campaign through the launch of a new family-facing website to connect families to programs in their language and in their neighborhood. There is so much more work to be done. A budget of $6.5 million in FY23 will enable CFR to expand and enhance our evidence-based approach to engage even more children and families. An equitable city begins with an investment in children when it matters most. City's First Readers offers a sustainable solution with a long-term investment in families with children younger than 5. We urge you to recognize the importance of a preventative approach for our youngest learners. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Rachel Wallman.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and other esteemed members of the committee. My name is Rachel Wallman, and I'm the Director of Education at the Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn. I very much appreciate this time to speak to you today and to hear about the inspiring work of other organizations. To cut to the chase, I'm here seeking your help with funding for Greenwood's Education and Welcome Center. As you may know, Greenwood is a 184-year-old working cemetery that borders 6 Brooklyn neighborhoods: Sunset Park, South Slope, Greenwood Heights, Windsor Terrace, Kensington, and Borough Park. Greenwood is literally and figuratively an oasis in the under-resourced cultural landscape of South Brooklyn. We are Brooklyn's first large public green space, and we're something totally new, a cemetery that is also a place of exploration and learning. Our work with youth is a vital part of this work, and we are poised to grow exponentially with your help. Since starting a formal education department in 2019, Greenwood has served over 12,000 youth through standards-based guided field trips, internships, and virtual programs. And that's in addition to the tens of thousands of families that can visit us for free 365 days a year and use our self-guided learning materials, which has been happening throughout the pandemic. In our guided programs, we teach kids about nature, architecture, American history, and more. Approximately 35 DOE schools are in short walking distance from one of our 4 entrances. So yes, we've been busy with field trips even during the pandemic. 2 examples of our unique school programs: UPK students have come to explore century-old trees, and graduating seniors have visited with the grave sites of both overlooked Black civil rights leaders and the gravesite of a beloved teacher of theirs who had recently died. Profound learning experiences abound here, ones which every New York City student deserves to enjoy. This summer, we will continue to work with SYEP through the Center for Family Life in Sunset Park, as well as students from Sunset Park High School, the Mather Building Arts and Craftsmanship High School, and the Williamsburg High School for Architecture and Design in an expanded high school internship, where up to 25 youth will fully restore, landscape, research, and interpret a section of the cemetery. This program will combine training in horticulture, soil science, and historic preservation with college-level writing and public speaking. Participants will gain so many skills while making a meaningful impact on our grounds. We also have a Bridge to Craft Careers Masonry Restoration Technician Training Program for young adults that we run in partnership with Opportunities for a Better Tomorrow. And that's in its 4th year with 14 trainees enrolled this year. Last year, upon completion of the program, 100% of participants were offered full-time employment. And we do all of this without 1 square foot of indoor classroom space. We could and we want to do more. For this year's budget, Greenwood is seeking capital support for our Education and Welcome Center. The pre-K through 12 programs that I have mentioned here could quadruple or more, and additional programming could be developed with the resources that the center will provide. There are stories about public health history, climate change, and more that Greenwood is best suited to tell, and that youth would be fascinated to learn, but we need indoor gallery space for this work. There are hands-on STEAM experiences inspired by Greenwood that would absorb youth, but we need a roof, a sink, lab equipment. Please help us create this essential space for improved and expanded learning for New York City youth. We are honored to be part of the landscape of support for LC youth. We look forward to working with the City Council toward our shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now be calling on Abraham Jones.
Time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to speak before the Youth Services Committee. I want to thank the Honorable Councilwoman Stevens for this opportunity, as well as the Youth Services Committee. Claremont Neighborhood Centers is a grassroots community-based organization located in the Chairwoman's District. While we're not a cornerstone, we do serve as a cornerstone for 4 housing developments: Morris Houses, Morris Senior Houses, Butler Houses, and Webster Houses. And we're sort of sandwiched in between 2 cornerstones. But I dare say that Claremont Neighborhood Centers serves more families and children than both those 2 cornerstones combined. Although we do not get nearly the kind of funding that they get to serve families. I want to take this opportunity just to thank the chairwoman for her probing questions that kind of helped me to understand some of the thinking processes of DYCD. Last year for the Summer Rising as a community-based organization, a couple of things happened. Number one, we were left out of the loop, but I want to say that because of our dedicated pushing and advocacy and constantly bugging, saying, we can do this, we can do this, we were allowed to become a part of the Summer Rising initiative. I want to thank my staff person, Christopher Wilson, the Deputy Executive Director, for his efforts as well as my own. And so we were given 3 schools to partner with to provide Summer Risings, although they were out of our districts. As a CBO, a couple things happened. There was no summer program for standalone CBO programs, as well as there was no Summer Risings for charter schools. We are a program that we are in a charter school, but because we felt like we were sort of caught up in this quagmire between public school versus charter schools, and so the charter school that we were in, there were no charter schools funded to provide Summer Rising programming. And to me, that's problematic. As well as one of the other things I want to take note of, I want to thank Commissioner Rattray and his team and Robert Palmieri for eventually coming through and helping us to find slots, which we were ready and prepared, well prepared to do. And so at the 9th hour, we were, given us slots, and so we put in action. I was glad to hear that there will be training for providers, and we hope to be part of that. We hope to also have early notices. One other thing I want to point out, which was problematic for the Summer Rising program, is that DOE had an application out with DYCD, which required that the parents go online to fill out this application. But as a grassroots organization, I know that many of our parents, because of language barriers, have difficulty filling out applications, and do not have the technical savvy to be able to go online and navigate some of the quagmire that was required to get to the application. You have to go on this link and move to that link and do this, that, and the other. But unfortunately, because we understood that, we were able to have on staff and hire Spanish-speaking folks, as well as an individual who spoke 8 African dialects. It helped us navigate through the processes of filling out applications so we can get our family served. But I look forward to working with DYCD, and I want to thank the chairwoman for hearing my concerns. God bless everyone.
Thank you for your testimony. Our final group of panelists will be testifying in the following order: Cynthia Brackett, Tamia Santana, Emily Corona, Edwin Santana, and Jillian Mitchell. Miller. I will now be calling on Cynthia Brackett.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Brackett, and I am the New York City Regional Director for the Center for Employment Opportunities. Thank you to thank you to Chair Stevens and the members of the Youth Service Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony about our program model and the work across New York City and the need for increased resources to help at-risk young adults and those coming home from prison. CEO's mission is to provide immediate, effective, and comprehensive employment services to individuals recently returning home from incarceration and young adults who have had interaction with the criminal legal system. As the largest provider of reentry employment services in New York, our intentional focus is to serve individuals facing the most significant barriers to gaining and maintaining employment, while also returning $3.30 of every $1 of public investment. Our 4-stage program model has 2 core components: transitional employment and vocational services. After our participants complete job readiness training, CEO hires and provides them with immediate paid employment through our transitional crew works. To provide transitional jobs, CEO operates more than 20 work crews across New York City that provide public sector agencies with a variety of general labor services. Access to immediate work on a transitional crew helps our participants gain stability and motivation as they work with a dedicated team staff to attain long-term employment outside of CEO and support them to navigate any potential obstacles. On January 24th, 2022, Mayor Adams announced his blueprint to end gun violence, and as part of his strategy, the City of New York will implement long-term solutions that focus on community-based interventions and prevention strategies to break the cycle of violence. A key component of prevention strategy is to provide access to and readiness for career opportunities for out-of-school young people ages 18 to 24. CEO will use this evidence-based credible messenger initiative to immerse enrollees in daily pro-social activities, including facilitated workshops led by credible messengers, Job Start Readiness Program through our Transitional Jobs Program, and experiential learning environment where youths will learn how to take direction and regulate their responses to workplace stress and access to a wide range of occupational skills and individualized coaching and development. With more than half of our participants between 18 and 30 years old, CEO is committed to continuously building, implementing, and evaluating programming that addresses their needs and affirms their agency. There are many reasons why an investment in additional youth services is critical for CEO and other organizations like CEO, and CEO respectfully asks $100,000 through the DYCD Youth Initiative. The unemployment rate for young adults is almost 3 times higher than the rate for older adults. Additionally, about half of all young adults who return to prison within 3 years will return to prison within 3 years following their release. Being given the opportunity to direct funds to our young adults returning home would provide them with the resources to gain stability and motivation so they can ultimately succeed in long-term employment. These are sound investments the city can and should adopt through the budget. At CEO, we don't just put young individuals to work, we help to keep them out of prison and jails. Thank you for consideration of these recommendations.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now turn to Tamia Santana.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamia Santana. I'm the Chief Engagement and Inclusion Officer at Ballet Hispanico. Thank you, Chairman Stevens and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to advocate for the City Council's expanded support for cultural organizations in fiscal year 23. In particular, BIPOC-led organizations like Ballet Hispanico, as part of its commitment to serve the city's youth through excellent cultural programs. At this critical juncture, support of the city's cultural leaders like Ballet Hispanico, as we work to expand access to the arts for underserved BIPOC youth and communities, is more important than ever. As the nation's largest Latinx cultural organization and one of America's cultural treasures, we depend on City Council support in order to fulfill our mission of service to BIPOC communities. Approximately 27% of all New Yorkers identify as Latinx, and 40.1% of all children in the DOE identify as Latinx, and more than half of all these children born in New York City are born to immigrant families. 75% of all the schools that we serve are Title I. Research shows that immigrants and Latinx individuals in particular are grossly underrepresented in popular culture. Through Ballet Hispanico's Latinx and African diaspora public programming, many not only have access to excellent artistic programs and instruction, but some see themselves and see their stories reflected in the culture for the first time. The ripple effect across the New Yorkers' lives is profound, leading to, amongst other benefits, improved educational and career outcomes for the young people we serve. As we join our fellow arts leaders in post-pandemic recovery, we look to city leaders for guidance and support. The economic impact of a thriving arts ecology to New York City cannot be overstated. Nonprofit cultural groups generate over $8 billion annually in citywide economic impact and employ more than 120,000 people. And in an era of stark division, the voices of BIPOC-led cultural organizations like Ballet Hispanico, founded on the principles of bringing people together through art and dance, are essential to our city. Ballet Hispanico's community programs feature not only culturally relevant pedagogy, but BH is actively engaged in 21st century creative economy skill building. Mayor Adams and Chancellor Banks of the DOE stated that studies show schools will take 6 or more cultural field trips, report higher grades and higher rates of student enjoyment. Our Bienvenidos ticketing program and performances for young people are one of those opportunities. Our community programs reach thousands of New Yorkers of every walk of life, uplifting young people of Latinx and African diaspora heritage and culture through the lens of dance. Through City Council initiatives like CASA, Coalition Theaters of Color, the Cultural Immigrant Initiatives, the Speakers Initiatives, and more, the city has indicated that it deeply values a thriving arts ecosystem. The ability of our organization and other BIPOC-led cultural institutions to strive and thrive in a post-pandemic economy will be dependent on continued city support. More than ever, organizations like Ballet Hispanico will need robust public support in order to continue amplifying underrepresented voices in the field. The expansion of critical city-funded cultural and educational programs ensure our ability to continue to provide crucial arts access and education to communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Emily Corona.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. Tamia Santana has spoken on behalf of Ballet Hispanico. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now be calling on Edwin Santana.
Time starts now.
Hello. First and foremost, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for taking this time out to conduct this hearing. Thank you to Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee members. My name is Edwin Santana. I'm a member and community organizer at Freedom Agenda. I believe, like most New Yorkers believe, and that the city budget should reflect what we value. We value the youth, and if we value our youth, then we should invest in programs and services that serve our youth. We need a budget that reflects the needs of our youth. The Department of Corrections for the largest DOC staff in the country is the largest DOC staff in the country. Lack of accountability for DOC staff has created a humanitarian crisis in New York City jails. There are hundreds of officers each day who work in non-jail posts, either because they prevented from working directly with incarcerated people because of an ongoing disciplinary case, or they are being medically monitored, or they have been assigned to a different job, like working in the laundry room, as a baker, or even as a secretary to a warden. These posts have been widely used in DOC as rewards to officers favored by supervisors. But in other jail systems, these tasks are performed by civilians. The Commission on Reinvestments recommend that young people who require access to a range of services often face barriers assessing them for many reasons, including a lack of awareness of availability services, distrust in government, or a need for a community peer support person to help them in identifying needs and matching them with services. The city should invest in community-based navigation initiatives, hiring navigators from the communities that they serve and live in, and to help make social services more navigable, right? So I say, please take these recommendations very serious. The city council must right-size the DOC. I'll repeat that again. The city council must right-size the DOC. It must deflate DOC's way bloated budget and redistribute those resources to our youth needs to stop the stream of the youth into the criminal legal system. So thank you very much for everybody for listening to my testimony, and I bid you all farewell and have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Jillian Miller.
Time starts now.
Greetings.
My name is Jillian Miller, and I'm the Coordinator of Early Learning Services for the Queens Public Library. I am pleased to represent the 3 public library systems of New York City as partners in the City Council's Initiative for Early Literacy, City's First Readers. On behalf of the 3 systems, I would like to thank Committee Chair Stevens and the members of the committee. We are truly grateful for the Council's generous support of City's First Readers. Each year, Brooklyn, New York, and Queens Public Library offer neighborhood early literacy programs with an annual attendance exceeding 600,000 New Yorkers. As part of City's First Readers, each library system is developing and expanding in its own ways. Brooklyn Public Library has offered story times in over 12 languages. They provide training to childcare providers and staff in early literacy, supporting children with disabilities, talking about race with young children, and screen time balance. Children's librarians created grab-and-go activity kits available to families with hands-on supplies to promote play and learning in their homes, and their signature school readiness program, Ready Set Kindergarten, continued to be offered virtually in English and Spanish. New York Public Library offered robust virtual and in-person early literacy programs, including bilingual story times, outdoor story times in the park, and STEAM story time. The library distributed bilingual English-Spanish early learning activity books and take-home activity kits for families to engage in developmentally appropriate literacy activities at the library and at home. NYPL partnered with pediatric health clinics to provide library resources and over 2,000 books. They also did professional development for staff, which includes a variety of experts on important topics such as anti-racist story times and woke read-alouds. Queens Public Library continues to reach our families through programs that are available virtually on our social media and in person. Every week, we offer a story time in one of 9 languages. We are grateful to be able to provide take-home learning kits in English and Spanish at all of our branches, which engage young thinkers in higher order thinking practices. Our New Mamas group continued this year with a deeper investment in needed parenting resources across the borough. This group focuses on educating new mothers and caregivers about their young child's literacy needs, while also addressing postpartum health, infant health, and general parenting issues. The City's First Readers initiative has allowed the 3 library systems to collaborate with partner programs in unique ways. Literacy Inc. has worked with the libraries to provide programs to families citywide. Their staff offered virtual story times regularly in East New York, throughout Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island, as well as weekly in South Jamaica. Reach Out and Read of Greater New York partnered with the New York City Libraries to purchase multilingual, diverse children's books to give to New York City families and encourage families to sign up for library cards and attend programs. We are aware that the pandemic has had a significant impact on the social, emotional, and cognitive development of young children born during this time. Early literacy programming in local neighborhoods will be essential to supporting early literacy and school readiness before children enter 3K and pre-K. City's First Readers funding will be instrumental to help us make sure we have the space, books, materials, and staff trained to respond in the libraries. If the City Council authorizes funding for fiscal year 2023 for the City's First Readers initiative, this vitally important work will only grow in New York City's libraries as we look toward a future where we can once again provide our services in person at library branches, classrooms, and childcare settings. Our libraries are the first social and educational experience of many of our young families, and we want to be the most enriching experience it can be. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony. At this point, we have concluded public testimony. However, if we inadvertently missed anyone that would like to testify, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and we will call on you in the order your hand was raised. All right, seeing no other hands raised, Chair Stevens, I am sorry, it looks like we have testimony from a Christopher Wilson. If you wouldn't mind, hold on, I will unmute you and you may begin.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christopher Wilson. I'm currently the Deputy Executive Director at Claremont Neighborhood Centers. You heard from the Executive Director, Abraham Jones. I've worked at this nonprofit organization for the past 5-6 years. And I have seen ups and downs in this community. I'm from this community and I love where I work. Claremont Neighborhood Centers serves a host of families in our communities. Will provide after school programs, summer camps to the residents of the Claremont section of the Bronx. Over the past 3 years, Claremont has been able to provide childcare support to families during the pandemic. We've been open, we have not closed. through programs such as our DYCD Learning Labs, our Sonic After School programs, Summer Rising initiative that Mr. Jones spoke about earlier, as well as provide services for our fee-for-service summer camps and for families in our community. We have also served as a partnership to Woody Crest Development Center, where we serve as a work site for SYP, for the SYP program, where we push our young people to sign up for SYP. Currently, right now, we have enrolled about 70 young people in SYP in our community and counting. While we are a small nonprofit agency, we're on the ground, we're doing the work. I think it is important that we look at the funding in our community, especially for small nonprofit agencies that's being considered, and not allow large or outside nonprofit organizations who are not rooted here in the community, not allow them to monopolize the funding that's being given out to our youth, funding to our youth services in New York City. I believe investment in smaller nonprofit agencies should be looked into and considered, especially considering the history of a nonprofit organization and the connections that they have with local schools, health providers, churches, as well as NYCC.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe at this point, we have now concluded public testimony for this hearing. Chair Stevens, I will turn to you for any closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I am honored that so many organizations and young people and families signed up today to testify about the importance of making sure that we have adequate funding to support our young people and community throughout the city. I look forward to my continued partnership with DYCD and providers and being the bridge for all of them. Like I said in my open testimony, I think that it's important that as we're expanding, we're also making sure that we're evaluating and supporting the providers so that they can implement quality program. I think we have to get to a place where we're looking at quality over quantity. And so as it is important that we are having program available to everyone, we need to make sure that at the same time that those programs are producing quality. And the same way that I am strongly always going to hold DYCD accountable for making sure that they're supporting providers, I am also going to be at the same time holding providers accountable for having quality program on the same side. So, as we're rolling out these programs for the summer, I want to ensure that we're working together. And if there is issues and there's things are coming to rise, that providers are letting us know and letting me know and DYCD know so that we can support you through the process. Because when we do not work together, only people who suffer are our young people in our communities. Thank you for today. And at 2:19, I adjourn this hearing. Thank you.